All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon. I call to order the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of January 20th, 2021. Ms. Rydell, would you please take roll call?
Thank you, Ted. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. We'll start with Commissioner Grumbine.
Here.
Commissioner House.
I'm here.
Commissioner Dorfman.
I'm here.
Commissioner Curry.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds. Here. Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And before we begin with general business, I believe there are some introductions in order. So first off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ted Hamilton. I'm taking over for Ms. Plummer as she moves to a different role in the planning division at the city. So it's nice to meet all of you, and I look forward to working with you. And second, I'd like to just introduce two new commissioners. We have Dennis Jordan, who is an architectural historian, and also Justin Manuel, who is a landscape architect. So welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the first order of business is the election of officers. So the floor is now open to nominations for chair.
Mr. Chair, may I have the honor of nominating you for another term as chair?
I'll second.
Don't ask me. I'm not the chair right now.
And just to confirm, we have Commissioner Uli as the seconder.
That is correct.
Okay, Ms. Rydell, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Gurry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Commissioner House.
I think I heard my name. Yes.
Commissioner Grumbine.
All abstain. So it's not unanimous.
It's a tough, thankless job, but we're proud to done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations, Chair Grumbine.
Well, thank
The
you.
floor is now open for nominations for vice chair.
Mr. Hamilton,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Howes for vice chair.
I'll second.
Second. I thought you were
And
going to nominate
seconder on that
Mr.
motion? I apologize. Who is the seconder on that motion?
Commissioner Uli.
Seconds.
Okay, that
Hold
was
on.
a second by Mahan, I believe. And
No, it's not.
You gotta be fast.
sorry, it's hard to tell in the remote setting.
His nickname isn't Quick Draw Uli for nothing.
Okay, so that must have been a second by Commissioner Uli then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Rydell, roll call when you're ready, please.
Thank you. I will begin with Commissioner Gurry.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
I will follow the chair's lead and abstain.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Full abstention. Thank you.
Congratulations on your appointment as the second thankless job on the
Uh,
committee.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your
Second
confidence.
thing that things get done.
Oh,
Yes.
All right, thank you
All
all.
right.
And Mr. Chair, the meeting is now yours.
All right. Thank you. And thank you again for everyone's confidence for going forward here. I can promise that 2021 is going to be better than 2020 because it really is hard to get worse. So if we get one meeting in person at some point this year, then we're doing good. Okay, so we're on to point 2021 appointments, item B, 2021 appointments of consent review, representative and subcommittees. Actually, one more thing. I did want to welcome our new commissioners. It's great to have you on board, Commissioner Jordan and Commissioner Manuel. And so it's welcome to this. It's, as you probably have seen, we can be a pretty exciting and interesting group, and we get to look at a lot of different projects and help them become better for the downtown and for the core of the city and our historic structures throughout the city. So it's a great group and commission to be on and be a part of, and so welcome to your first round of it. So
You're here.
You're here. You're here.
all right, and with that, one of our hazing rituals is to give you lots of appointments to subcommittees. So we're going to go into item B now. On this list, we'll pull up a list, I believe, staff will, and then we can kind of go through it. But if you could look and think of subcommittees that you'd like to be on, especially ones that we have vacancies in, and that would be very much appreciated. And usually the subcommittees, the commitment isn't unless the subcommittee is meeting regularly because it's a hot topic. The commitments are usually fairly light. A couple of meetings a year is what things tend to average, but we can talk through them as we go through if you have any questions about them. So why don't we just start at the top and work our way down? And for those of you who, we're definitely going to need to be filling spots of both NEMIC and VENA. And so Commissioner Manuel, you're going to be in high demand for as landscape architecture is definitely an area that we need input and help on, and that other commissioners previously that their seat was empty were filling. So and then as well, for any of those members that do want to step down from their commission or the committee and or want to try out something else as well, please speak up and volunteer. So all right, so we'll start at the top. Consent calendar. We have Mahan and then alternate myself, Grumbine. Is there any wish of change or addition to any of those? Commissioner Mahan, how are you?
I'm willing to serve out my last year. This will be my
Okay,
last
great.
year. But I'm willing to stay on consent calendar if that's okay with everybody else.
Okay, yeah, great. That'd be, I think, very much appreciated. Okay, and I can stay as the alternate if there's someone else that would like to step in and for that, I'm more than happy to not be the alternate if someone else wants to. All right, well, seeing none, I'll stick in that. All right, so now for the consent calendar for landscape architecture, do I have any volunteers that start with a M and end with an annual? All right, perfect. And then we need an alternate, but do we have an alternate in terms of landscape architects, or does there have to be some other qualification? Because previously we had 2 landscape architects. We were able to have an alternate that was a landscape architect. So I guess part of it would be a question to staff, Mr. Hamilton or others, whether the alternate needs to be a landscape architect or not, or a landscape designer.
Mr. Chair, at this point, we don't have a qualifying alternate for the consent landscape reviewer it would have to be just someone who is interested in that position.
All right, who has a green thumb?
I think Commissioner Edmonds has a green thumb. She's often talked about being in her garden, so I don't want to put her on the spot, but I would nominate her. And she's happened to nominate
Edmonds?
me for surprise me.
How do you feel about that, Commissioner Edmonds? Would you up for an alternate for landscape? Oh, sorry, it's yeah, I can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah, okay.
You have to try to think about what I said. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right,
Mr.
on to sign
Mr. Chair,
committee.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
good. Commissioner
I'd
Mahan.
like to, I'd just like to discuss that a little further. We, on the consent calendar this morning, Commissioner Manuel had a conflict, so we didn't have a landscape architect to review a very important project that I eventually continued to the full commission. I think that if you know, if
Commissioner Mahan and Mr. Chair, I apologize for the interruption, but since Mr. Mahan is referring to the consent meeting this morning, that item should not be up for discussion at this point.
I didn't want to discuss that item, but I just brought it up. But I want to say that it's very, very important that we have an alternate to Commissioner Manuel if he has to step down. So that's a really important thing. And
Okay.
so if Miss Edmonds wants to do it, I think that would be good. And you know, she might get with a former, either like for instance Commissioner Cunningham or former Commissioner Vena, to discuss landscaping and become more knowledgeable about it.
Or Sue
Thank
Dens.
you. Thank you.
We're receiving,
The only
yeah,
other comment that I would make, I apologize for interrupting you, but is as long as I have, you know, within my work schedule, I have time notice, I'm given sufficient notice, you know, that would be the only other issue that I would have.
and typically for consent calendar conflicts that things that sometimes the things to be seen ahead of time, but usually there's a couple days out before, if there's at least a couple days, if not like a week, that they'll ask for the alternate to be there, or to someone to step in. That's what it seems to usually happen as a rhythm. So normally you have at least about a week's notice if they need someone, and then if they don't find someone, then they can pull someone else in. But
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, it'd be important it'd be important when a landscape issue comes up. It would be important for staff to communicate with Commissioner Manuel to find out if he has a conflict, and if so, then they can alert. You know, they can alert.
yeah, Commissioner Edmonds in time. Yeah.
Commissioner Edmonds to be ready. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Does that all work for you, Commissioner Edmonds? Okay, great. All right. On to sign committee. Commissioner Drury is appointed and House is an alternate.
I'm fine with being the alternate.
Okay. And Commissioner Drury, you're still good?
Mr. Chair, I'm good with that. Yep.
Okay. Great. Street Tree Advisory Committee. We had again Vena and Nemec. Manuel and Edmonds, are you ready are you okay with those appointed and alternates for the Street Tree Advisory Committee? And I don't think this committee met a lot. Am I wrong in that? I think it was a fairly rare meetings, but so I think it was a fairly low need, but it was when there was needed, it was good.
Yes, that is correct, Mr.
Right.
Chair.
Okay, great. So Commissioner Manuel, you said that you're good with it, and Commissioner Edmonds, you're good with it as well? Okay, great.
Yes.
Arts and Advisory Committee, we have Commissioner Drury and Commissioner House. Are both of those
Mr.
still
Chair?
good? Yes, Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, that seems to be kind of moribund. I mean, I'm still willing to serve, and I think I would hope Commissioner House is as well, but there hasn't been a meeting there for a couple of years. I have no idea if it even still exists.
And I don't think I've ever attended a meeting, so I'm happy to continue to not
That's an
attend.
easy one. That's an easy.
I'd be happy to be a.
You look really good.
Yeah. No, I'll leave my name in there, sure.
Okay, because as projects do come up, I think that's what it's there for. But yeah, again, that makes sense. It's not. Yeah, it's one of those committees that's just not used very much until it is needed.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
okay.
is that really,
Yes.
is it a standing permanent committee or is it really an ad hoc committee?
Well, this is a standing permanent committee, but they haven't contacted me for at least 2 years.
Well, I guess then that's a question to staff, and just to confirm that this is a standing permanent committee.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the committee is standing permanent. It just does not meet very frequently.
So Commissioner Drury's still standing.
Okay, I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
And I'm still sitting.
All right. All right, so let's go on to subcommittees. So there's the design award. That's currently Drury and Mahan with Lenvik as the alternate. Anyone want, is that still good for this year? Commissioner Mahan, Commissioner Murray, Drury?
Or Murray.
It's okay with me. We're not meeting because of the pandemic, but
Yeah,
maybe by fall we can do something.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Sounds good. Yeah, Commissioner House or Vice Chair House.
as we get into these committees, maybe you should be asking if any of our new members have a desire to
Oh
be
yeah,
on it.
that's a good point. That's a good point. So yeah,
And we're not,
and so
Mr. Chair, we're not limited by number, are we? These two gentlemen happen to be on there, but there could be 3 or 4 on there, I suppose.
yeah, I think that's right. And please, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I believe that's right. And oftentimes it's good to have a handful in case you do have a meeting and 1 or 2 can't make it. Then all of a sudden it's not much of a committee when there's 1 person there, or at least a subcommittee. So okay, so would anyone like to be on the design awards with Commissioner Drury Mahan in the hopes of it, and Commissioner Lenvik, did you want to change from alternate, or are you good at alternate?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm happy to serve on that committee.
Okay, great, Commissioner Jordan. Okay, great. And then, so let's go on to the designations. So right now it's Grumbine, Uli, Vena, Lenvik, and Drury. So Vena is out right now. And then, as the designation well, I want to just make a little note on this. So Commissioner Jordan, as an architectural historian as well, there might be opportunities to swap out, and this was one I'm potentially thinking might work. And unless staff has some other note that needs to make sure that I do stay in there, but with the another architecture historian in there, I think this could be one there. If you're interested in the designation subcommittee, that would be great. I think to have you and Commissioner Jordan, and I can pop out of it.
I'll be happy to serve on that committee.
Okay, and that one does meet at least a couple times a year, and it is for reviewing prior to the full board reviewing the historic resources and landmarks and that for kind of priming the pump for it. So an early review. Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, yes, I just wanted to confirm that Commissioner Jordan will be replacing you on the designation subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
That was the intent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also just another note on these subcommittees. There can be up to 4 members or 4 commissioners on the subcommittee. If there are 5, then technically there's a quorum. So in order to have it remain a subcommittee, it would need to be fewer than 5 members.
Good point. Okay. All
And
right.
is,
So with that, go ahead.
Is Commissioner going to replace Vena?
I think that's a question, and because some of the designations are landscape, landscape designations, that makes a lot of sense if Commissioner Manuel would be up for it.
I would be happy to.
Okay, great.
We have a
And
lot
Mr.
of fun.
All right.
Mr.
here.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I think I'm an alternate on that. I'm not sure.
You
Okay,
are an
so
alternate. Sorry.
I could remain that and not attend. You wouldn't have to worry about me at the meetings, and then we wouldn't have a quorum.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. And
Okay.
then Commissioner Lenvick, you're still good with it as well, right?
Yes, I want to serve in that committee. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so I think we have our new 4 appointed, and then we have our 1 alternate the same as well, so for the designation. So I think we're good. So let's go on to ad hoc subcommittees. So we have architectural detail, and that's Grumbine, Uli, and Mahan. And so does anyone else want to be on it?
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Commissioner Mann.
I think that the Commissioner Jordan should join us on architectural details. To have a historian on there would be very good, or 2 historians.
I'll be glad-
Okay, great. I looks like you were affirming it, and if you weren't, I'll just still take it as an affirming Commissioner Jordan. Okay. Okay, great. So we'll have add him into it. That sounds good. Yeah, I'll stay in for now if there's yeah, and this might be a good transition point as well. So and Commissioner Uli is you're good with staying in as well, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Now on to objective design standards. So this is Grumbine and Lenvick right now. I want to add a little note. So this committee met quite a bit, and Commissioner Lenvick, please chime in as well with your thoughts. But this was a heavily this committee met a lot over the last year to work with the other subcommittee that was formed with ABR and Planning Commission and others. And it was pretty intensive. We got a lot done. I think it's also even going to ramp up more because there are also grants that are being applied for additional areas and additional objective design standards. We basically took the Pueblo Viejo guidelines and turned them into objective design standards for Spanish colonial revival basically EPB, but it works for the city. But that was just the first one. But now there's going to be a whole bunch of little ones, especially to look at neighborhoods, looking at more compatible for one neighborhood or another. And so I see this as a continued ongoing thing that, or at least for the next couple of years, is probably going to be heavily used at times when staff gets ramping up and is going on it. So it's also very important to make that commitment so that it's we're really investing the time into getting good standards as some design review capabilities are being removed from our hands from the state powers. So I think it's going to become more and more important that these things get dialed in. So there's my little spiel on it. So with that, and Commissioner Lenvick, are you good for staying on this?
I will stay on it as we wrap up this first phase, but I would like not to be on when it continues on with, out of state and all the other want their own design standards, or at least people that are supporting us, because it does become a lot of work and it becomes controversial from the standpoint of what the design community wants versus what maybe the review boards want. So I'll stay on for a while, but I want other people to be on it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel fairly well the same way. So any more takers? Anyone else want to jump in the fray and get beat up from every side?
Pretty good to hear, everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Deafening silence.
Overwhelming
All right.
support.
Okay.
I think Uli would be good. Uli is a kind of a a tempering voice. And you've been in the community long enough that his input is valuable. So why don't you join that as well, Robert?
Okay, I'll join you.
All right, there we go.
I've got tough skin.
There we go. All right, we
And,
won't.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, sorry for the interruption. And commissioners, just to confirm for the objective design standards subcommittee, we have Commissioner Grumbine, Commissioner Lundvik, and then Commissioner Uli as an alternate.
No,
No,
Uli is
Mr. Uli in the mix. We're all
he's in-
all
Okay.
three of us.
Ah, got it. I understand.
Mr. Uli
Okay.
he doesn't get out that easy. We're dragging him in.
When the muskets start shooting, they want me arm in arm right up there front.
That's right. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next guideline committee. We have House and Uli.
We haven't even
what
met
did-
yet. I'm happy to stay on.
It's a very busy committee, isn't it, Commissioner House?
I've really missed you.
It's about to get
This
busier,
is
I'm sure.
coming. This is gonna
Yeah.
be a heavy duty committee this year because we have 3 sets of guidelines that need updating once the ordinance is passed. So once we get the ordinance pretty far on its way, which it's almost there, we'll be meeting. So I have already told them if they want to go ahead and start just editing the guidelines and getting ready for that first meeting.
Well, that's
I
right.
did.
I did think that.
It's backed
Yes.
up here behind me. One of these piles of paper is the guidelines I've started.
Well, I think we're all looking forward to updated guidelines. It's gonna be great.
And
I've already.
and
I
actually,
see it rolled up.
on along those lines, I was going to ask Commissioner Jordan if he would be up for jumping into that committee, given your expertise and your very good input on the objective. Well, actually, sorry, all your very good input, but including what's it called? Our big giant ordinance that was just updated, historic ordinance. So yeah.
Yes, I'll be
You'll be up.
glad.
Okay, great. And then FAR committee, Lundvik and Uli.
I'll stay
Do
on
we
here.
have any notes?
We're wrapping up, I think, in the next, meeting or two. So I'll stay on that. Yeah.
It's got a long ways to go, but
It's gonna be wrapped up. It's gonna be wrapped up.
yeah.
Very positive. Good thinking. Positive thinking. It's all gonna be fine. Okay. And anyone else want to jump into that committee? It sounds like they're kind of already going, so it might be jumping in midstream for that. And unless is that your feeling, Commissioners Lundvik and Uli? It's not.
Yeah,
Do you want to pull anyone else in, or is it you're pretty good?
I think we're okay. Don't you, Robert?
Yeah, we're on the home stretch. I think we've got one meeting left or something like that.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, and then let's see, what else do we have? We have the State Street Design Committee, State Street Design. Oh, is that the City Council Subcommittee? The staff, is that the City Council Subcommittee?
Yeah,
Every
Yeah.
other Monday. Okay.
yeah, I think
I-
that's you. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's me on there, and I got dragged in via City Council, but I would like to now drag in some other people too, because it's
Oh, will
all
they
fair.
let more people on?
I don't
don't
know,
know.
but I want to recommend that we get at least one more HLC person, because things are there's so much happening with State Street, and I think it's very important that we have a kind of constant finger on the
Right.
pulse of things, and also have some constant way of commenting. I think it would be good if anyone wants to join that.
Mr. Chair?
I would volunteer
Uh,
for that.
Okay, was that Commissioner Drury as well that I heard?
Yeah, I'd like to volunteer as well.
Okay, let's get you both in there then. We'll ask them, I'll invite, my friends to the party because
Yeah.
they dragged me to the party the first place.
Sure.
I'll just ask
Right,
if we
and
can.
it's under your jurisdiction. This is
Yeah.
State Street's your.
Exactly.
So it's really important.
So
Garbage.
would one be an alternate? Because I think this is just HLC representation to the city council on this matter. Is it really a
Yeah.
sub?
I think you're right, but what tends to happen is things are, at least right now, because things move so fast and quickly, it also tends to be like pulling together ideas and kind of collecting things and moving. And it's probably not necessary that all three of us are there for all of them, but maybe that we at least tag team a bit and have, two people there and kind of keep the other in the loop might be a good way.
Yeah.
So maybe having two and an alternate, or just three and then we're just coordinate to make sure that we have about two people there at all times.
And
Makes
Mr.
sense.
Chair, staff does recommend having 2 commissioners and then 1 alternate for that particular subcommittee.
Sounds good. All right, who wants to be the alternate? And
Rob,
I'll get
Mr.
their name up. Yes, is that Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, I'd rather be the alternate.
Okay. Commissioner House, are you good with?
Works for me.
All right, so let's do that. And then Plaza de la Guerra Design, that is
Have a
Drury
feeling
and House.
At our last meeting, so there may not be future meetings before it next comes to HLC, but may as well keep it in force, and I'm happy to stay on it.
Yeah, me
Okay,
too.
and Commissioner Drury, you too? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So we'll leave that with that. And then Highway 101 HOV project.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just wanted to let you know that staff is requesting a second HLC member to join this committee due to the increased size of the project, and also the project is proposed to take place in areas that are sensitive in the city. So the case planner on the work effort has indicated that a landscape professional would be ideal. So Commissioner Manuel, you might be up for that one again if you so choose. But in any case, we are requesting 2 commissioners.
Yeah, I'll myself.
All right,
Awesome.
great. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah.
Today's
All
meeting
right.
was about land, so it would have been good.
All right. So that's great. I think we're fully stocked then, right? That's all I'm seeing on my screen. So I think we kind of are all good and booked up. Anything else from staff that we need to make sure we cover on this, or are we good to go?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we would just need 1 motion to accept the changes, and then we can move on to the next item.
I'll make that motion.
I will second
saw
that.
Commissioner Ulis and a second by Vice Chair House. Okay. Under discussion, any discussion? All right. In that case, we'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yep.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, we are on to item C, public comment. All right, any member of the public wishes to comment on an item that is not before the commission today, can do so by following the instructions, clicking on the green hand arrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda, now is your opportunity. Follow the instructions on screen and click the hand icon as the chair indicated, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. While we wait for some hands to possibly get raised, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any general written correspondence?
Thank you, Ted, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive 3 letters of written correspondence that were provided to the commission prior to this hearing. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And I don't see any hands raised on the webinar currently, so Mr. Chair, back to you.
Great, thank you. Okay. On to D, approval. Oh, so in that case, we'll close item C and on to item D, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting on December 9th, 2020.
So moved.
Minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Motion by House, second, or is there, oh, I guess, yeah, second by Uli. Under discussion, any edits? Changes?
I had none.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Lundberg's
Right.
usually good for some.
I know.
I have read them. I have no edits or corrections. They're very good.
Well,
We have really trained our secretary well.
Are we
Or
didn't
either that or
say
she's trained us well to make good motions. All right. Okay. So with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I prefer your line of thinking on the matter. But we'll begin with Mr. Edmonds. Commissioner Edmonds,
Oh, I'm sorry, abstain.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes,
Commissioner Manuel,
Do I abstain since I wasn't here for that?
Yeah.
Abstain.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Abstain.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
That is unanimous with 3 abstentions. Thank you.
Okay. So we are on to item E, approval of the consent calendar of January 20th, 2021.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right. Motion by Uli, second by House. Under discussion, or under, I guess, to staff for.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and read the consent items from earlier today. Item A, 2115 Garden Street. The motion was for project design approval and final approval. Item B, 1028 Laguna Street. The motion was to continue it indefinitely to the staff hearing officer. Item C, 530 State Street. The motion was for project design approval and it was continued to consent for final approval. Item D, 225 State Street. The motion was to continue it 2 weeks to the full commission meeting of February 3rd. And item E, 1806 El Encanto Road was continued indefinitely to consent. And the reviewers were Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Manuel.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion on this, on the consent calendar? All right. In that case, do have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Lenvick,
He left.
Commissioner
Oh,
Lenvick,
Commissioner Lenvick.
Oh, I didn't hear. Pardon me. Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
yes,
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Chair Grumline?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Assistant City Attorney Tava Ostringer.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Manuel, did you have a conflict within the consent calendar?
I did for 225 State Street. Sorry.
I'd recommend that you abstain from voting.
I abstain.
Thank you.
Right. And,
It was
and
nice
that's
to
our,
see It was nice
that's our
to see the
fairy
city-
lawyer godmother.
Yeah. I
She
noticed,
appears-
I noticed.
She, yeah, she appears and keeps us on track. So
Yeah.
it's good. It's good. It's always good to have a fairy lawyer godmother.
Well, that is unanimous with one abstention. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. Okay, on to item F, announcements, requests by applicants for continuance withdrawals, future agenda items and appeals. And I want to start off with the announcements part of things. Well, actually, others might want, it could have been mentioned in public comment section, but regarding one of the letters that we got, but it was along the lines of Mr. Kellum DeForest, who has been such a strong proponent for historic architecture in Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara in general for over his whole life and over his whole lifetime continues to be. And I just wanted to extend our thanks. He has received awards from us and others for all of his work throughout his life. But I also wanted to just make note that he is in our thoughts and prayers this time, and hopefully will be on a speedy full recovery. And we look forward to hearing more of his insights into various projects in 2021. And then as well, and if anyone else wants to add anything, I just wanted to make sure that it was at least noted because I know we're all thinking about him as well. So.
Thank you for saying that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if it's appropriate that staff could send Mr. DeForest a card on behalf of HLC.
That would be great. Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we can certainly make that request, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, and Ms. Hernandez, did you?
I had a follow-up announcement, another announcement. We did just get confirmation today that the Historic Resources Ordinance will be heard at Ordinance Committee on February 23rd. So we are working our way through the bureaucracy. It's really exciting. And we don't know council yet. That's to be determined. So mark your calendar.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering
Yes,
if staff would encourage any HLC members to attend.
Yes.
Like hearing for questions, comments, or interests, or anything else.
Yes, I think it was really, really helpful at Planning Commission and when Chair Grumbine spoke, and I think it's nice to have the chair because this is such a big deal, and he can do some statements before the staff presentation or something. It's really important for them to hear it from you directly.
Great. That sounds good. I'll do it. I'll double check my calendar and I'll confirm I can. And then as well, I think especially those who both feel strongly about it and want to be a part and also were involved with it, I think would be great if they spoke even during public comment about it and kind of chimed in a little bit to add to the, add to what it means and how important it is to HLC and to the community. So anyone else that wants to make it and can, I think that'd be great. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair House.
I'm just curious, as we change officers at the start of the year, does City Council change ordinance committee members at some point? And who is on it now? Would it be different by the time of this meeting?
I will have to confirm that for you. I'll have to ask the clerk's office, and I can email the whole commission and let you all know.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, other announcements, future agenda items, deals, etc. I had one more announcement. Tomorrow, Thursday, City Council is going to be having presented to them from the AIA, the State Street Charrette Part 2. That has happened and has all the graphics are up and the drawings and the 16 teams and the ones that Vice Chair House volunteered to as well be on the little collection of HLC, ABR, and significant design to help give additional input and not really review, but give additional input and thoughts on some of the ideas that we thought were best that from the different teams looking through them. So that presentation, the full presentation of it will be tomorrow on Thursday. And I think anyone that can make it and can add public comment, just their own thoughts on it. And I think it would be great. And it would be great. And any of those feelings that they had personally to do it as citizens. I'm going to be doing it as well, speaking during public comment, just on my own, with my thoughts on it and how we participated to a limited degree. And so anyone else that would like to, please attend and please give their comments on it. There's some really great ideas that have come from it, but like all charrettes, there's a range. So it's great to see a lot of the very talented architects in our community and landscape architects in our community and others that have put a lot of work into this. So and there's some really interesting and good ideas in it. Any other announcements? And all right, we'll go on to subcommittee reports.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
The Plaza de la Guerra committee had its ostensibly last meeting in December. And basically we just tied things up, reviewing the lighting proposal and making some last minute decisions, but that next moves on to HLC. When that is, I'm not exactly sure.
Thank you. All right, other subcommittee reports?
Chair, the designation subcommittee met in early January and had two items on the agenda. One is a residence at 130 Cannon Acres, and we suggested that move on to the full commission for structure of merit designation. We also had on the agenda 702 Anacapa Street, which was forwarded to us by the sign committee, wanting to make the neon signs at the La Paloma restaurant historic. And we wavered on that and suggested that that come to the full commission for discussion and review. So we'll probably see that down the road, I would assume. Those are the only two we saw in January.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Levick. All right. Other subcommittee reports? All right. Let's move on to item 1. And we are 25 minutes or so behind, so we will try to keep things moving at as fast, a good pace as we can. So, all right, the Historic Preservation Program and the California Environmental Quality Act. Oh yeah, sorry, I should read the whole thing. Review the process for identifying historic resources and evaluating impact to historic resources as required by the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and outlined in the City of Santa Barbara Master Environmental Assessment Guidelines. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Hi, commissioners. I am joined today with Julia Peugeot, who's our environmental analyst. She joined our team in June, and she's going to help me with the training. We have 2 new members, and our process for evaluating historic resources always is a little bit confusing. So I think we can always use a brush up and we're really lucky to have her with us to give her insights. So let's start with the first slide. So I'm just reviewing the CEQA definition of a historic resource, and all the things that are under that is an object, building, structure, site, area, place, record, or manuscript. So it really does go beyond just a building or structure. And here in Santa Barbara, we do have a few archaeological sites, a few bridges, we have stone walls. We have a lot of other things besides just buildings. In fact, we have several of our trees that are designated landmarks as well. Next slide. One of our key guiding factors is that CEQA qualifies a significant historic resource as something with substantial evidence on record that it meets some of our criteria. And this includes in their definition anything eligible to be designated, listed on the potentials list, structure of merit, landmark, listed on the state or national register, or listed on the state inventory. And anything eligible to be designated is one that we don't know a lot because we haven't had complete surveys. So our city has a review of projects or buildings over 50 years old when they apply for permits, so that we don't permit some projects that would change character defining features or demolish something significant that we didn't know about. So that's where I start to look at them when they come in. And if I think they're eligible to be designated or might qualify, I bring them to you to make the final decision. Next slide. So all our historic structure sites reports and the formatting and is dictated by our MEA, which is our Master Environmental Assessment Guidelines. And I did attach a copy for you all in your members only page. It is from 2002 and some case law has changed. So it's not currently totally up to date to law, but we try to follow it as much as we can, especially in the formatting of reports. And hopefully with our new guidelines committee, well, this will be one of the sets of guidelines that'll need updating with the new ordinance because it has our old criteria in it. And if we move to the National Register criteria, that needs to be updated. And hopefully we can get it all up to current standards. Next slide. So the MEA does dictate that structures reports are a two-part process. And this says that right on page 50. And we put them into phase 1 and phase 2. And the first part is evaluating the historic significance of existing structure. And I put this house on this slide because this came to us a few years ago. It's in El Pueblo Viejo, and it's questionable if it's historic or not. So the report found it was not significant. So at that point, no phase 2, we don't evaluate the demolition. It can be demolished. It can go back to ABR or SFDB, or if it's in El Pueblo Viejo, you will review it. Next slide. So the reports, if they find the building is historically significant, first our municipal code requires we add the property to the potentials list or make a motion to designate it in concurrent when we review the project. So the Ignacio House came before us a few years ago, and the project was an AUD project for a large apartment building, and they had proposed to demolish it. The structures report found it significant as a landmark. It's a really important house for the Chumash heritage. And so the project team went back and changed their project to incorporate restoration of the house into their project. So the phase 2 evaluated the project and said it did not have any negative impacts. Next slide. So most projects want and have the goal of creating a less than significant impact because this allows them to have a categorical exemption, and CEQA guidelines state generally a project that follows the Secretary of Interior standards shall be considered mitigated to a less than significant level. So our MEA says that second portion of the reports or analysis illustrates that a project to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. That's whether it's on the potentials list, whether it's a structure merit, or whether it's a landmark. And if it does not meet the standards, they're going to have a negative impact, and they'll need a mitigative neg deck and NEGDEG or an EIR. And Julia is really going to go into that in a few slides. The next slide. So the phase 2 option of a historic structures report is often completed in our community after concept review. And this is because lots of times projects come in that just need a lot of reworking for you as a commission to make compatibility findings or say there's no impacts to the resource. And if they get their phase 2 done too early, they end up having to rewrite it and rewrite it and rewrite it as the project changes, because we really need what that phase 2 evaluates to look just like the drawings that are finally approved. So in 15 years, when staff goes back and looks at that, say like if I were going to pull the Californian report, I would want that report to match the drawings in the building existing. Otherwise, I'd be worried that they did some illegal changes on the site or something like that. So lots of times you'll also see a review after final will have to come in with an addendum because they changed the drawings enough that you need to review it. And that's so we have consistent archives in our records. Next slide. So you are the expert body that accepts these conclusions of the report. So you don't have to agree with the conclusions of a report. Often you can request changes, and if the consultant agrees to make them, they come back and make them, and we all agree. Some points were brought up in the hearing that made sense. If a consultant does not agree to the conclusions, it's considered a disagreement among experts, and that's an EIR. And we saw this example most recently here with the Los Patos Bridge. The consultant did not find the girders and steel portions significant, and you all did, so it's moving to an EIR. This is a full demolition of a bridge, so it's sort of a big project, and that's why that one's going to an EIR. Next slide. So staff versus consultant prepared HSSRs. So because we have my expertise on staff, when we have minor projects and that clearly meet the historic Secretary of Interior standards and meet our criteria, I'll do a staff report. This is a service to the community to help move projects through in a timely manner. The consultant reports can be very expensive and cause a lot of time delay on a project. So these tend to, we call them more on major, highly visible, controversial projects, like an AUD attached to a historic resource, like the Ignacio building we saw earlier in the presentation. Some applicants just will hire a consultant, and out of the blue, I will get a huge structures report on my desk. We try to let consultants check with us first, mostly because we don't want people saying the city costs so much money and so much delay for every project, when we actually really try not to. So we try to make sure that people really need those before we have them take the expense. Next slide. The properties on the potential list, which the state calls an inventory and most other communities call it inventory, and with our new ordinance, we are changing the name to the inventory to be consistent, says that, you know, these are things that have been found to have physical evidence that building was considered historic. Some of those have not been reviewed in 40 years, and we're updating those as much as we can. The designation subcommittee made a decision, I believe it was in 2017, to bring as many as we can forward in mass. So we started with 50, and we're kind of cutting it down a little bit to 20. And with COVID, we're a little behind, but we're trying to re-review them now that it's been 40 years. Do they really believe that they qualify as historic resources? And if possible, we move to designate them so we have a real clarity. But the one issue I want to bring here, and then I'll hand it over to Julia, is that everything on the potentials list has to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Everything that's a structure of merit has to meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and everything that the landmark does in order to get that CEQA exemption. So when we say they all kind of have the same level of review, that's what we mean. So even if you're on the potentials list, you still have to meet those standards. So lots of times when I like to have buildings be designated because it offers not only clout for the property, but clarity for the owners and future owners of the historic status. It's recorded and they're pretty much reviewed the same. So why not? And then you get the benefits. Julia, I'll hand it over to you at this point.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for that introduction earlier. Can everyone hear me all right? Excellent. Hello, commissioners. Through the chair, my name is Julia Peugeot. I am the city environmental analyst. I've been with the city about 10 months so far, and this is my first time before you. Thank you for having me here. As Nicole was saying earlier, there's really 3 types of historic resources that CEQA is concerned about. The first are resources that are listed officially on a register, either a local, California, or national register. The second type of resource are historic resources that meet the criteria to be listed on a register, but have not yet been officially listed. And then the third type is discretionary. And what that means is that the city and the HLC can independently determine that a resource is historically significant. And it might be the case that perhaps a particular resource was substantially altered, but is a beloved and important community resource, and that you feel that it should be treated to the same standards as significant resources. So in the eyes of CEQA, all 3 of those types of resources are treated as significant and are subject to the CEQA threshold. CEQA is part of California state law, and we look to the statute and guidelines, and particularly 15064.5, to determine whether impacts to those resources are significant. And the threshold for what is a significant impact is a substantial adverse change to the extent that the significance of the resource is materially impaired. So typical types of impacts may be demolition, alteration, relocation, in the case where the receiver site might not have the same characteristics or the resources taken out of its context, and alteration of surroundings. So for example, if a project is in a historic district and that project would substantially alter the character of the district, or if a project would substantially block a public view of a significant historic resource. Next slide, please. As Nicole mentioned, if a project can meet the Secretary of Interior standards, it's considered to be mitigated. And common types of mitigation for historic resources include preservation and conservation, restoration and maintenance and repair, reconstruction, relocation, given that the receiver site contains the same type of character and we don't lose any meaning or context in the new location. And then lastly, data recovery and recordation. In this case, if his significant resource is demolished, the data recovery and recordation is not going to mitigate it to the extent that it would be a less than significant impact, but it is a last resort if no other types of mitigation is feasible. If the historic resource was previously demolished, then it becomes more treated like an archaeological resource, and that's where data recovery and recordation may be appropriate. Mitigation measures should be feasible. That is, they should be cost effective and legally feasible, enforceable through permit conditions, and roughly proportional to the impact. Next slide, please. In the case that a project is not exempt from CEQA, and it's my understanding that this commission does not see very many mitigated negative declarations or EIRs, then a project would have to go through one of these higher levels of CEQA review. And that might be because there's certain aspects of the project, its location, its size, or perhaps there's another type of resource present on the project site, like biological resources or soil contamination, that would mean that one of those exemptions that we typically use for projects do not apply. And so in that case, a mitigated negative declaration or negative declaration would be prepared. One key difference from this type of process versus the exemption process is that CEQA has requirements for public noticing and public comment and review. There's also even more requirements for the highest level in EIR. And that is the key difference between the exemption and these types of processes. It could be the case that if a project is really high profile and generates a lot of community interest, that the city could choose to go through one of these routes to foster more public input and communication and try to address issues upfront through the environmental review process. Next slide, please. An environmental impact report is the highest level of CEQA review and the most rigorous. And this type of review is generated if there is a significant impact that cannot be mitigated or mitigated to a level that's less than significant. As Nicole mentioned earlier, a disagreement among experts in terms of a resource's historical significance leads to an EIR. And the reasoning for that is because if there is a reasonable argument that a significant impact may occur, it doesn't have to be definitive, but it has to be a reasonable possibility, then an EIR must be prepared. And through that EIR process, more analysis is done and the public becomes a key stakeholder. And whether or not that impact is determined to be significant or less than significant is figured out through the EIR process. Another distinction for EIRs is that they include project alternatives. So what happens if the project was smaller? What happens if there was no project at all or a different type of use? And so that's one difference with EIR, the EIR process. And lastly, if a project does have a significant impact, that does not mean that the project is killed. There is a process for the project to still get adopted and approved in the end. Basically, what would have to happen is that Planning Commission or council, if the project goes to council, city council, must adopt a statement of overriding considerations. And what that means is that the city issues a statement saying that they understand the environmental damage or effect to the resource, but given the project's benefits, the city feels that the project benefits outweigh that environmental impact. And so if that's the case, that would go through the EIR process, and at the decision stage, the final decision-making body would adopt that statement. And so I believe that is the slides on CEQA. I'll hand it back to Nicole, and I'm happy to answer any questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. We just have a few more slides. So I just wanted to put up a slide. What do we talk about when a building might no longer be historic? When we see a lot of them that we're looking at that have been put on the potentials list like 40 years ago, sometimes they've lost some integrity. For whatever reason, physical features don't really allow it to convey its original appearance. And the HLC votes to remove the property from the potential list or not designate it. Like I said, a lot of it happens because character defining features were done without permits. And we're much better now with technology of catching more projects at the beginning than we were years ago, like in the 90s and the 80s.
Ms.
Next
Naz,
slide.
just as a point of quick clarification. So when I no longer historic, you mean no longer historic resource, right? Like okay,
right.
So no longer a qualifying historic resource. Just want to make sure that, yeah.
Right. Okay. Or I think, you know, if you did look at a structure of merit and they were doing something that did have negative impacts and there were overriding considerations, you might have to say we lost the resource because of those for whatever reason.
Okay.
On our landmarks,
Sorry.
they're not even allowed by ordinance to do that, but structures of merits have some potential. Next slide. I just wanted to reiterate that we provide clarity with the historic status. So when we hear the many resources come through for designation, it's really because many people get confused by being on a potentials list. They don't know why they're under the jurisdiction of the HLC, why they have to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. It's not recorded at the recorder's office. A lot of people don't know they have a potential historic resource. So, and I wanted to just state some owners don't want designation for whatever reason. They're not ready for it. Even if they don't want it, they need to stay on the potentials list so we fulfill our obligation to CEQA of identifying them. I think most of our city council does not support designations over owner consent or hasn't in the past. So we will let them sit on the potentials list, and we have 400 other buildings to designate. So we'll be back one day, I think. Next slide. Historic resource staff reports. When I evaluate for historic significance, you'll see a lot of these staff reports coming up. I provide a report evaluating it to the criteria outlined in our code, and you review the report and make a decision based on the criteria. You might even find it meets a couple extra or does not meet them. I usually, when I do the reports, trying to explain to the owners why it might be, and some of them you might say it just doesn't. And usually in our mass rounds, we have a handful that don't. Next slide. Again, the review process does not really change at all when a property moves from a potential historic resource status to a designated structure of merit. This building is on the potentials list, and we also have some George Washington Smith buildings that are perfectly intact on that potentials list. And I know that you would review these with the same amount of scrutiny if they were fully designated. They're really important buildings. However, the historic status isn't clear to the owners or even staff. So that's why we try and move to designations. Next slide. I just want to go through the ways we identify historic resources, and this is kind of wrapping it up because our ordinance points us in a lot of directions that they come to you. So what's very common is we review them when they submit a permit. So you'll see two today that came through, and they are applying for changes, and our ordinance says concurrent in the same hearing, we need to move to either add it to the potentials list or designate it. For the past few years, our commission has just moved to designate because our ordinance requires a hearing for each. So why not just move to the actual designation? And we also have items that come through the designation subcommittee. So typically if a commissioner nominates a building or an owner requests a building to be designated or a community member requests a building to be designated, we go through the designation subcommittee for a formal recommendation to you all. Next slide. Is that the last slide? Oh. And again, our HLC guidelines dictate what level of review you see these at. So we do have the 3 levels of review, as most of you know, administrative consent and HLC. So you will all see any visual changes on structures of merit and landmarks and most potentials. And they go to consent or full board. I only administratively review ones that are repair or replacements to match original. The typical things I see would be like replacing rotten boards or something. Most of them are just repair items. And don't want to hold them up too much. And you know it is a higher fee to come in front of the full board. So we try and let simple projects that meet the standards move through. And I think that's it, right, Jim? Is that the last one? So that's pretty much our historic preservation in a quick 25 minutes.
Nutshell. All right.
And if you have any questions.
Yeah, and so do we want to go public comment first and then go to questions? All right, so any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please follow the instructions and raise your virtual hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to speak on this item, please click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel as shown on screen. And then you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you're called on. And while we're waiting for any hands to pop up, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Ted, and to the chair and the rest of the board. No, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item. So I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I see a number of attendees in the audience, but no hands raised. So I think it's safe to turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Okay, so now to the commissioners for questions. And just sort of as a big, this for new commissioners, this might be like drinking from a fire hose of letters that have all that fun connections and multiple meanings and all that. But it's not necessary that you understand perfectly everything right now. But I think this is at least a great recap and summary. And also moving forward, you'll have some reference point back as well to a lot of these things. And also it's a great refresher for all of us commissioners to just remember all the various facets and how they've all fit and work together, and as we review things, because it is a complex system of both state and local government, and then even tying to the national. So, all right. So questions,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drury, and then
Yes,
Vice Chair House.
So I don't remember the slide. It was toward the last. It was under subheading under the EIR slide, and it was about the sort of the final process of a project being not approved by us, but being appealed to the city council or to the planning commission, and they could find for is that the one? Yes, so they can override considerations to approve the project, and that's sort of chilling, in a way, because nothing is set in stone for a project that might be completely historic, but still the what's being planned for it can be appealed to planning commission or city council. So my question, I guess, to be less labyrinthine in my thinking, is that appealable to a court of law? In other words, if there's a project that clearly should not be approved, and the HLC has signed off on disapproving the project, yet it's appealed to the city council ultimately, can that be appealed? Can there be a suit be brought to stop a project from proceeding if we have determined that it's not acceptable?
The short answer is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is for Ms. Peugeot.
Hello, Commissioner Jordan. Yes, the short answer is yes. It can be appealed to a court of law, and anyone can challenge the EIR. There is an appeals period after the EIR is certified and after the statement of overriding considerations is approved. The city recently adopted an updated CEQA ordinance, and the procedures and process of EIRs is outlined in that in terms of when it goes to planning commission or when it's appealed to city council.
Thank you very much.
The short answer is this is California, and you can always sue everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair House, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask Ms. Hernandez if these PowerPoint slides are posted to the HLC members page.
The PowerPoint isn't, but we can.
That would be great, because it'd be good to review that.
Yeah, that would be good.
That's great. Commissioner Lendick?
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. One, for my edification, how was the potentials list generated?
So I believe, and this is what I'm told, it was generated after the surveys were done in 1978, was the first, when they first added things that I believe the commissioners voted to add that they thought were significant from that initial survey in 1940. Or not 1940, but 1978. Then they expanded the survey in 1986, and they added another big batch at that time, based on those surveys. And I believe everything that was added to the potentials list at that time was also sent to the state and was added to the state inventory. So almost all of them are on both. And that was sort of the first shift. I mean, that was when preservation movement was really becoming a movement because of generally because urban renewal was taking down whole neighborhoods across the country and putting in highways. So people were just learning how to identify neighborhoods and document them, and the National Register was just beginning. So it's now, you know, a field that you can get a master's degree in, and it's a much more advanced, but that's where it started, and it just was added to and added to and added to as surveys came in and more things. But unfortunately, for a long time, nothing was re-reviewed, and that's sort of the task we've been taking on since 2017.
My recollection is, and it's probably from the 80s or maybe before, is that surveys were made of neighborhoods, residences or commercial buildings, whatever, by neighbors or interested citizens or whatever, but there was no real qualifications for the people who were deciding that let's put that on a potentials list. And so I think what we see a lot of times today is buildings that really don't warrant being on the potentials list, but they're there, they're stuck there.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's disturbing to me.
Well, that's why we're going through it, because the way it is now, we need the commission to vote them off, and that's why we're digging into them and re-reviewing. I think preservation standards now want surveys every 5 to 10 years. We don't have the funds or manpower for that, but another great exercise for us to do in re-reviewing these is really identifying what criteria they qualify for and going through that process. So when someone comes in and says, why am I on this list? I'm not just handing them something from 1978 that I'm handing them that because you meet these criteria specifically.
Can you go to slide 14?
Yeah, and then we'll go Commissioner Uli after that.
Yeah, go to slide 14.
Is that the one?
Yeah. If a report finds a property is historically significant, we've encountered this in the past where a report comes in and for whatever reason it says, well, it's on a potentials list and therefore it's significant. We don't agree with that on occasion. But you don't really talk in this slide about the HLC removing a project from the potentials list. But we were able to do that, is it correct?
Yes, you can find it not significant and vote it off. That's with this many. I mean, that in our MEA, you are the decision maker who agrees or doesn't agree on what is considered significant. Correct, Julia? Unless there's a huge disagreement.
I think part of the confusion here is, so when we're presented with a report, that finds it to be significant. We just had an example this last meeting, I think. The report finds it significant, but HLC doesn't agree with the report. We can say we don't agree with the report, and we can also make an action to remove it from the potentials list if something's on the potential list. So
that's what we did last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
So we can disagree with reports, and that's fine. And we can, and if the owner says, no, I really believe in the report findings and not your findings, then they have to go into the environmental impact report realm of things, right? If we disagree with the report, basically.
Yes, that's correct. What I was going to say is that the city is the lead agency in this case, and the city is the one to decide which type of environmental review gets pushed forward. And it's really the question is there a substantial evidence and a reasonable argument that the resource has significance? Even if there's disagreement among the experts, if there's a reasonable argument, that's what triggers the EIR.
In the situation, in a situation that we had several weeks ago, we had a report writer who maybe is an expert, and we disagreed with him. Aren't we equal in our expertise due to our position as a landmarks member? Aren't we equal to the report writer in making that determination?
Yes, we did.
And I think that's what happened.
Yes,
So what
you
happened? So then if there's a disagreement, and if there is a disagreement of experts, then it has to go to another more official, bigger study for someone else to decide what the final verdict of everything is and how it plays out, right? Because the EIR is obviously way bigger and costs more. So typically it's almost the reverse, where we're finding things significant when the historian is finding them not significant. And so then there's a disagreement. And so then it triggers because there's a potential for it to be, it triggers the larger, bigger study and proof of everything, right? That's how it'll play out in terms of the full EIR, which costs a lot more and is a separate expert analyzing all the facts and then coming up with their own conclusion. And then that becomes that's the referee decision kind of on it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
But I think typically, the applicants hire the consultants. So it's really good to have this body as a governmental body by vote, and a lot of experts look at those with a second pair of eyes and give your opinion, and your opinion does have the weight to agree or not disagree, and that could cause designation or removal of significance.
What I would say for the EIR process in the case where a consultant says that the resource is significant but HLC disagrees is to consider other key stakeholders, the public, any organizations or other agencies, and how they view the resource and whether they want this EIR process to go forward.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Uli, you had a question.
I certainly wouldn't want the impression left in the conversation that the potential historic resources list was some random list of properties made up by people who showed up at the grocery store one day and said, I think it's important. The list is the product of a very systematic survey directed by Mary Louise Days and a number of other qualified individuals who did surveys back in the 70s that made this list. So to say that there was no level of qualification in the creation of the potentials list, I think is incorrect.
Thank you, Commissioner Early. I did want to clarify, I think David Gephardt was really critical in making the decisions of things that were found significant. And they did, really, we have so many buildings that probably we wouldn't have anymore if we didn't have that work in the 70s.
Yeah. And I would also add to some of the refinement of that is also some of these buildings from the 70s were never taken care of after that or had some additions or changes. And so when we're evaluating it now, whatever, 40 years later, we're also taking into consideration where they're actually at now in terms of their state. And that might have been different from where they were 40 years ago. So there's also deterioration or changes. In some cases, there's been remodels that have happened that have totally changed the building from what it was in the 70s to what it is now. And it's just an updating and a cleaning of the list, a scrubbing of the list, kind of where we're making sure that those that are on it will actually meet our current criteria for historic resources. Okay, any other questions on this? All right. So do we need any comments on this, or is this just for our edification and for our information, and then we can move along? Is there anything staff?
This counts as your annual training for your certified local government staff.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
we get like a badge or a certification or something to hang on the wall?
I can make you one.
All right, perfect.
AIA
All right.
credits.
There we go. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for putting this together. I think it's very helpful. I think this is the first time that's been at least sort of summarized in a very concise, lots of different manners way, which I think is very helpful for us to be thinking about all those aspects that our decisions are informing. So, thank you. All right. Okay. So with that, let's close item 1, and we're on to item 2. We are just 30 minutes behind now. So this is a resolution of intention for structure of merit designation for 130 Canyon Acres Drive. The commission is requested to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing on February 3rd, 2021 to consider a structure of merit designation of the Mediterranean style residence designed by Russell Ray, AIA, in 1915. So do I have a motion?
I'll move.
All right.
I'll second that.
Dooley or Vice Chair House?
Well, Vice Chair's
Okay.
house was, so I beat him to it.
Okay. Okay. And then so motion by Commissioner Dooley, second by Drury. Commissioner Drury?
seconded.
Or Commissioner Lendick. Okay. Sorry. Second by Commissioner Lendick. All right. Under discussion.
I was going to say one comment under discussion.
Ms.
This
Hernandez.
is an example of a project that comes to you because the owner requested the designation and it went to the designation subcommittee. Just to, and we have examples
Thank you.
of 3 different ways buildings come to you on our agenda today. So I thought I would just
Perfect.
highlight
This is great. I'll see all the ways.
it.
All right. Designation cooked 3 ways. All right. So any discussion about this or any questions or discussion? All right. Do we need to open? No, we don't need to open public comment. This is just a
Mr. Chair, to the commissioners, yes,
Yes.
we do need to open public comment.
Sorry. Okay. Yes. So we'll open public comments. Any public comment on this item? Please raise your hand following the hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and would like to speak on this item, now's your opportunity. You can click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel as shown on screen. And Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Ted, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank
All
you,
right.
Ms. Rydell. And looking at the attendees list, I do not see any hands raised currently, so we can
All right.
back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right. So we'll close public comments. Back to the commission for any questions, comments, or discussion. All right.
And Mr. Chair,
None?
just to confirm, who is the seconder on that motion?
Ledbeck.
Commissioner Lendick.
Thank you.
And so with that, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Emanuel,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lendick,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. And thank you very much. And just as a note on that, for new commissioners, this is basically having the resolution of intention, and then we assign it to the calendar to actually have the full discussion and review of it. So we always do this as this is our first move, and then the second move is actually reviewing it. So we'll be seeing the actual report for it and that later.
And in the future,
Okay.
and in the future, when we have our new ordinance, it's only 1 step.
Yep. Simplification. Very good.
Streamlining.
Yeah. All right. So on to item 3, resolution of intention for structures of merit designations. This is for multiple historic resources per attachment A, and resolution of intentions for structures of merit designations. The commission is requested to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing on April 14th, 2021 to consider designating the multiple historic resources per attached Exhibit A as structures of merit.
I'll move the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Cooley, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion or comments on from Ms. Hernandez?
So this is an example of taking a mass designation from buildings on the potentials list. So we have, I think there's 20, and I think we were able to load them up all on your members site already, the reports. So they are all available on there. So we'll hopefully get to see a lot more of these coming, because I do think I have an internship opportunity coming. We'll see more.
Right.
COVID, it's
And
been a
actually,
while.
as a comment, because now we're getting the second wave of these coming before us. What we typically do is everyone reads the reports and they make notes of which ones, especially that they think that might not be eligible. And that's been our best way of dealing with the larger group, the mass designations, is to make notes of which ones you don't think or you agree with the argumentation, or they don't cut the they don't quite get across the line for you. And then what we do is we go through, everyone tells which ones they want to pull from this list or discuss, and they think that might not qualify. And then we go one by one and talk about each one of those and whether we think that and we vote on whether we think it qualifies or not. And then we go through at the end, and all the ones that we voted for to qualify, we vote all together to qualify those lists. So that's kind of how we break it down. So as you're reading through, if you can kind of make notes, especially on ones that you think might not qualify and why you might not think that they qualify. Sometimes it's in, and another note, Ms. Hernandez, as a very qualified person to analyze, is giving these short reports to both save time and money for the actual property owner, and so giving a staff summary on why she thinks it does or doesn't qualify. And sometimes she thinks it doesn't, sometimes she thinks it does. We don't have to necessarily agree with her report on it, but in the discussion, the reasons why we may or may not agree with her is the time to have that discussion for things to come out. Or additional information. Sometimes commissioners will have additional information that wasn't available, or Ms. Hernandez or others didn't know about when they put together the report. So oftentimes that's when new information comes out on the property. So, all right. Okay, so there's our list. And so now let's go to public comment on this item. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, and obviously we're going to actually be reviewing these later in April with the date that we are requesting or setting. But anyone who wants to talk about or discuss this in the public, please follow the instructions on your screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you do wish to speak on this item, click on the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for any hands to raise, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Ted, and to the chair and the rest of the board. No, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised at this point, so back.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I'll close public comment, back to the commission for any questions, comments, discussion on this item before we go to vote. All right, seeing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a
Okay.
follow-up on this matter for the historian. How much time will it take for these individual reports to be connected to the interactive map?
Some of them I already have been able to connect. So I'm trying to get them all on, and then I just have to send it to our GIS coordinator, and he puts them on. But I think most of them are on there, and they're in members only, so you can look at them both ways.
Thanks.
Most of them, sorry, Ms. Hernandez, just point of clarification. Most of them, of the ones that have been designated as historic resources or potential lists, are on there with the report.
Okay. Almost all the ones that have been designated are on the map, almost. And we have just like some that really need a lot of work. The ones you're looking at today, I think I was able to add almost all of those to the map as I prepared them. I would link them. So they should be there. Almost all of them, and I can double check it today or tomorrow. And then once you make a final decision, I'll go and change the report from saying it's on the potentials list to saying it's designated or removed.
Great. Thank you.
And Heidi, can
All
you
right.
confirm they have all the reports on their members only page?
Ms. Rydell?
For the mass designation, the reports have not yet been posted to the members page, but I can do that either today or tomorrow.
Good. All right, and also just as a note on that, typically we'll get them, well, back in the old days when we were meeting in person and had paper stuff, we would get that big fat giant packet like a couple months out so that we have time to actually read it, because reading 20 or 50, even though they're more condensed version historic reports, are still a lot. So we usually get a good lead time to be able to even drive by and take a look at for ourselves from public right-of-way areas, the various properties. So we usually have plenty of time to, which is the same now. We're not going to be reviewing until April 14th, so we'll have plenty of time to read through.
And as a treat, there's a George Washington Smith building in there with a Luda Maria Riggs edition. It's really good.
Just don't tell us which one. That way we have to.
22. Okay, you have to find it. Test
Yeah,
your
that's
reading.
right.
Treasure hunt.
Yep. All right. Great. Okay. Any other discussion before we vote? All right. Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote. Oh wait, sorry, we're done. We're going to be on to item 4 now, right? Okay. We did vote, right? We voted
we
and
did.
just had the additional. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. On to item 4. This is
I know,
resolution of intent.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
I know being the chair is a little rusty, but yeah, we did vote.
Wait, what year am I? Are we in? Oh gosh. Okay, so item 4, resolution of intention for structure of merit designation for multiple historic resources listed below. This is a resolution of intention for structure of merit designations. So pursuant to municipal code, the permit request of a possibly historic structure shall be scheduled at the Historic Landmarks Commission for a hearing on the application concurrently with a duly noticed hearing to allow the commission to decide among the following options. 1, listing on the potential historic resource list. 2, structure of merit designation. Or 3, city landmark designation. The commission is requested to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing on April 14th, 2021 to consider a structure of merit designation of 530 State Street and 1806 El Encanto Road.
I'll move the
Ms.
resolution.
Hernandez. Oh, I think we have one more slide. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, we don't, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
So this is for 530 State Street and 1806 El Encanto. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
So these are examples of buildings that came in for design review, and I reviewed them and found they're eligible. So to follow our code, we have to move to either add them to the potentials list or designate. And I said, as we said, we've been just moving towards a structure merit hearing because we both require hearing at this time. So that, but it is up to you. 530 State Street was built in 1929, Spanish Colonial Revival building, and 1806 El Encanto is an Edwards and Plunkett building, just next to the El Encanto Hotel. It used to be part of the El Encanto Hotel, and both were on consent today. So this is us setting the date concurrent in the same hearing.
I'll move the resolution.
All right, Commissioner Luli moves. Is there a second? Vice Chair House, second. All right, under discussion. Oh, and then we'll do public comment, actually. Why don't we do public comment first? All right, so any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand virtually following the instructions.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you. And to the chair and the rest of the commission, no, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised at this point, so we can turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, so and back to the commission. Any under discussion? Any questions, comments? Commissioner Lenbick.
Thank you. Nicole, on 1806 El Encanto Road, on page 2 of your report, under the heading significance, you identify this as a land being qualified to be designated as a landmark. You meant that to be a structure of merit, right?
I did. Thank you for pointing that out. I'll correct that for the full hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Now this is to resolution intention. This is to hold the hearing, right? On April 14th.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
It has to be 75 days out from the hearing and 60-day notice. So that's why you see that late date, unless the owner requests it earlier.
Gotcha. Yep, it's been lumped in with the others. Okay, just wanted to make sure or clear for a second there. I thought it would not be. All right. Any other?
If I recuse myself on one of these items on the consent agenda, do I need to take any of the same action on this, or is it not applicable?
If it's the same item, I think you abstain from voting and recuse. Well, you recuse yourself. Actually, I'll let if Ms. Ostringer is here, I'll let her weigh in before I do, or Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Manuel. In this case, it would be appropriate for Commissioner Manuel to recuse himself from this particular item.
Okay. So, because we can go over what the general procedure for it is. So if you're going to recuse yourself from an item, if we're in person, it would be you announce at the beginning of the item that you're going to recuse yourself and state your reason because you're part of the project or whatever, or have an interest or you're live close by or whatever it is, whatever the reasons are, and then you leave the room typically. So in this case, you could watch on in person. There's a TV in the hall that you can watch how things go. And what happens, and you can come back in at the right time. In this case, I think it's turn off your camera and mute yourself. and then you watch the item, then you come back on once it's the next item. Because we'll get into this later for other items, if it's an item where we're analyzing the design or whatever, we're seeing the design, and it's not for the first time, it's for the second or third or fourth time or whatever. If you haven't watched the tapes or the video from the prior meeting or meetings, and you haven't caught up to speed on that, then you can be in the meeting and you can ask questions, but you can't, you abstain from voting on it. So you don't have the voting power, but you can be in it and ask questions and be part of it in that way. And you can also, and it also helps for keeping a quorum if we're close to losing a quorum of commissioners, and so that we can still process the item. So that's just sort of general housekeeping in terms of how those things play out. So,
Okay.
and I'll make sure to usually be able to bring up those very things, especially if not in terms of whether you need to recuse yourself, but just in terms of if a commissioner wasn't in the previous meeting, we'll bring it up at the beginning when we read the minutes, and so at that time you can tell us that you have or haven't watched the tapes, and you'll be voting or not. So.
Okay. I've got a conflict of interest with 530 State Street, under contract with the applicant from consent, so I will recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, so any other discussion? All right. In that case, let's go to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhem.
Yes.
And just to clarify, will Commissioner Manuel be marked as abstaining or marked absent for this item?
I think absent, right? Because he needs to be, he had to recuse himself from it.
Stepping down.
Yes, it would be an absence.
Absent, all right. And then Chair Grumbine.
Yeah.
That is unanimous with one absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
And just as a
Commissioner
point, I think he would also be marked absent for the consent matter. I think he was marked abstain, but he should be marked absent for consent.
That's a good point.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House.
seems to me the proper way is that to mark it that he abstained, and then you state the reason why he had to abstain, why he had to step down and recuse himself. That's what seems to me we've always done. I mean, an absence means he wasn't even here. So I think that recusal with the stated reason why is the appropriate way.
Staff, would you mind giving us some clarity on that? I'm sure that there is an exact way that's supposed to happen.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners. Since the commissioner stepped down from the item's review, then technically this would be considered an absence and not an abstention. If the commissioner is present for the review and then just abstains from voting, then yes, that would count as an abstention. But in this case, it was an absence due to a recusal because of the conflict of interest.
Okay, so I think it's absence in two different, or abstention in two different ways. One is, because they can't actually be in the room, as part of that item. So I think that makes sense because they have to be away from it.
Abstaining from a vote is a vote, so he can't register a vote.
I would just request we get this cleared up for the next meeting.
Okay, if you can send us some text or whatever for it, show us so we understand. That'd be great.
Sure, and if it, sorry, Mr. Chair, just to try to clarify further, and if it does help, you can, if you're abstaining on an item, then you can still ask questions, but you can't comment. So really, abstentions should be considered, if you weren't present for a previous review of the project and you're not up to speed on the project.
Right.
Whereas the absence is when you would actually be stepping down and leaving.
You're not, and you're not even in the room. Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's how I understand as well, but I'm sure there's some language somewhere that can lock that in and show us how and why.
We can pull the
and make
guidelines
Mr.
and present that. Yeah,
Exactly. And make Vice Chair House feel happy and
That'll
comfortable.
make me happy.
All right. Okay. So we've closed item 4, and we are on to item 5, archaeology report. We are, as a time check, we are supposed to be at 2:40. This is supposed to be 2:45, so we're 45 minutes late. So we'll keep charging forward here. All right. So this is item 5, 1911 De La Vina Street, archaeology report. Proposal for a mixed-use remodel. Project entails remodeling multiple facades of an existing 5,500 square foot, 1-story non-residential structure. Also proposed is the internal reconfiguration of the structure from office and laundromat space to an art studio and laundromat. Project proposes site improvements and a parking lot and vehicular circulation improvements. An accessory dwelling unit will be permitted under a separate permit above a new 6-vehicle tandem carport. Scope of work also entails landscaping improvements. No change to the existing single-unit residence is proposed, and this is requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 archaeological resources report prepared by David Stone, Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solutions, Inc. All right, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff just has some brief comments on this item before Mr. Stone.
Oh, yeah. Please.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Glassow has reviewed the report and concluded that the archaeological investigation supports the report's conclusions and recommendations. And as you can see, Mr. Stone is here for any questions should they arise. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And actually, just as a little primer as well, and please, Mr. Hamilton or others, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I want to give a quick little summary of a difference between an archaeology report and a historic structures report, just so that we're, for the new commissioners, that we're seeing where our purview is and what we're supposed to do with them, the archaeology reports. So in general, where historic structures reports are reading and analyzing the arguments and the facts and maybe knowing some other things as well and bringing that into it for historic structures and forming an opinion based on the report and maybe in agreement or indifference to the report. For the archaeology reports, what we really have purview over and our focus is on the implementations, not necessarily analysis of whether there are things or not, or whether they're important or not, but really on the analysis of how the treatment's going to be done and how that resource or the potential resource, if there is one or if there's a potential, how that plays out. So it's a more limited role in terms of what our involvement is with the archaeology report, and that's also partly, as my understanding, is why there's a separate, Dr. Glassow is a separate reviewer for the city as well, to kind of say that, yeah, this is all the report's good and all that, and then it's just the final stage of what to do with it and the treatment of the during construction and that we have direction scope over. Is that, and if any of that was wrong, please correct me, but I think that's a good little summary of where our purview is for archaeology reports. And then the other aspect is, because archaeology reports have sensitive information on them, the printed versions always go back to the archaeologist. The digital ones are just limited to our review. They're not public reviewed documents. So they're a little bit different that way as well. All right. Anything I missed that should be said? Mr. Hamilton or others? Okay, so that
No,
good?
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was great.
Okay, so with that, if Mr. Stone, if you could give a welcome and welcome to 2021. Good to see you. Yeah, give a little short summary of what your findings were, and then we can have questions from the commission. We'll do public comment and then come back for questions from the commission. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gwenbein. I wanted to offer you all a very, very special hump day this Wednesday, and I think you catch my drift that we're over the hump. I wanted to add, Commissioner Grambine, just a little bit about Dr. Glassow and who he is, why he is appropriately your advisor. Dr. Glassow taught beginning at 1970 at UCSB. He is one of the dean of Chumash archaeologists throughout this country. I studied with Dr. Glassow. He volunteers his time to read our reports assiduously year in, year out. He's done it since the MEA was created in 1986. He is somewhat mysterious. He's a very, very wonderful man. He's very sociable, but he does not normally appear before your commission. But his role is to, from a expert point of view, being very much steeped in Chumash archaeology since, like I said, 1970. He is the person who is your technical expert in peer reviewing reports such as mine. The other thing I wanted to mention is introduce my colleague, Dr. Scott Sinnell, who you see on the cover of this report. We were able to recruit and now retain Dr. Sinnell in October of last year. Slowly and very, very surely he'll be taking my place as the spokesperson for Wood on these reports. I will continue to serve as a technical advisor and senior Yoda of sorts. I don't want to say goodbye, but I'm heading on that not so slippery slope towards a more relaxed work pleasure continuum. So thank you for that. This report is very, very similar to most of the reports we do. It's, as you know, right downtown. We do some historical review to determine past land uses of the site. The earliest residential and any type of development on the site appears on a 1931 Sanborn fire insurance map. That does mean that that structure resided there from any time between 1907 and 1931. The structure was demolished in 1940. It was relatively close to Delavina Street. We did a background archaeological research, which we do all the time at UCSB. UCSB records indicate that there have been 18 studies surrounding this project site. So it is a project site that has been relatively well studied in terms of its context. And no archaeological sites have been recorded within the vicinity. Generally, we use 1/8 of a mile to provide context as to the sensitivity of this project site. So because of the lack of archaeological sites in the vicinity, it is characterized as relatively having a low sensitivity or likelihood of having an archaeological site. The next thing we do is do a systematic, intensive walk over of the project site, and we focus on areas where we can see the ground surface, where the presence of either prehistoric or historic period occupation is readily available to our trained eyes. In situations where the ground surfaces are covered with pavement or landscaping, we will use a shovel to periodically remove ground cover as possible without making major disturbances. In this situation, quite a bit of the undeveloped area of the project site was covered with bark and other types of landscaping mulch. We actually use the shovel to remove systematically areas which are called shovel scrapes for us to evaluate the ground surface. We also, because of its limited ground surface visibility, performed a series of shovel test pits, which are very small excavations, in this case about 12 inches of diameter. We had 12 of those excavations done in the area closest to the former structure that was demolished in 1940. None of these fieldwork techniques identified any presence of prehistoric or historic period archaeological resources. And as a result, the report concludes that the proposed project is not anticipated to result in any significant impacts on our cultural resources. There is, of course, the standard condition that is applied to all of these types of reports, which is in the unlikely or inadvertent consequence that resources that might be important, might be significant, are encountered during grading, that grading shall stop and the environmental analyst be identified, and a proper qualified archaeologist, such as ourselves, but not necessarily ourselves, would be retained to evaluate the significance of the find and identify any appropriate treatments resulting from that. And that's my thumbnail sketch for you today.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
A pleasure.
And, all right. Okay, so does that conclude your summary?
Yes, it does. I also wanted to mention that project architect Wade Moosley was listening in case you had any questions about the project description rather than Scott and my technical report.
Gotcha. Okay, and then Mr. Sennell, is that I'm assuming that you're the new rising archaeological star. Are you? And we haven't met you yet, so I just wanted to make sure that you're properly introduced to everyone. So.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It is Dr. Sennell, shockingly.
Yeah. Sorry.
As David Stone is one of Dr. Galasso's students, I'm one of his grand students, so to speak. I studied with Gene Arnold at UCLA, so his Dr. Galasso's influence goes deep through the community here. But I'm very excited to be. I did my dissertation out on Santa Cruz Island, and I'm very excited to be back in the Santa Barbara area doing the kind of archaeology I love. So thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. And okay, if there's not anything else, I'll go to public comment. All right, any member of the public wishing to comment on the archaeology report itself, not the project, but just the archaeology report, please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to speak on this item and you're attending by webinar, please click the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. And while we wait for hands to raise, I'll confirm with Ms. Riddell whether there was any written correspondence on this item.
Thank you. And to the chair and the rest of the board, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, there are no hands raised, so I think we can move on to back to you.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, so we'll close public comment.
I'll make a motion to accept the Phase 1 archaeological report.
I second that.
I heard Commissioner Edmonds jump in there, so we'll let her be the seconder.
So speedy here.
I know, it's got to be fast. All right, so motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Edmonds. Under discussion, any discussion, questions, comments? All right, in that case, let's go to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
We're on. Yeah, thank you very much for the for your report, and yeah, see you later in 2021.
Looking
All
forward
right.
to it. Thank you.
Okay, on to item 6, and let's see. I realize we are 50 minutes behind. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on from there. We'll come back for item 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, let's do that. Get started.
And say hi to Jessica.
Yeah. All right, great. All right, so can we get reconvening here? All right, great, thank you. Okay, calling back to order Historic Landmarks Commission. All right, on to item 6. This is project design approval and final approval for West Side Paseos project. Project design approval and final approval. The West Side Community Paseos will establish safe and efficient connections within and from the west side to downtown and the east side. The focus on low vehicular volume streets, Gillespie, San Pasquale, Mission, Mitchell Traina, Sola, Conchita Place, Victoria, Alta Vista, Anapamu, and Nopal. The improvements will also provide a safe route to 4 local schools, encouraging students to bike or walk. Exterior improvements within the EPV include traffic signals, traffic diverter medians, access ramps, landscaping, brick pavers, relocated street lights, high visibility bike lanes at the Sola and Santa Barbara Street intersection, and improved crossing with 2 curb extensions, brick pavers, landscaping, relocated street lights, all-way stop signs, and green-backed bike roadway stencils at the intersection of Sola and Garden Streets. All roadway improvements follow city, state, and/or federal standards. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis.
And Mr. Chair, before,
yes, Mr.
sorry to
Hamilton.
interject there. Before the applicant presentation, planning staff just has some brief comments on the project to guide your review.
Okay, great, thank you.
So,
oh, sorry.
just
actually, before we start, Commissioner Manuel.
I need to recuse myself.
Oh, yes, thank you.
From this item, I've got a conflict of interest. I'm under contract with the applicant. For item 7, I also need to recuse myself. I am involved with the project and under contract with the applicant, and that goes for number 8 as well, which is the same project as number 7.
Oh, so you're off early now.
Commissioner,
Well played.
Commissioner Manuel, I believe you might have announced your conflict before we recessed, but now that we've read item 6, could you announce your conflict again for item 6?
Yes, I'm under contract with the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will be leaving the meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Manuel.
All right.
All right,
Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So just some brief comments to guide your review on this project. The applicant is requesting project design approval and final approval at the HLC's discretion. So please consider the project compatibility analysis criteria in your review of the project, and note that if an appealable action is taken at this hearing, then those criteria will need to be incorporated into your decision. Also note that elements of the project are subject to city, state, and federal standards specific to roadway improvements, and that these elements are not open to design changes for that reason. In addition, the applicant is requesting particular feedback on the brick color of the proposed brick paver locations and proposed mulch and landscaping. And then lastly, the applicant provided a staff memo that was distributed to the commission in advance of the hearing. So I'll leave it up to the applicant to make their presentation on the design. And go ahead, Ms. Grant.
All right.
Okay.
Welcome,
Good
Ms.
afternoon,
Grant.
Chair Grambine and commissioners. I'm Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department. I'm here to discuss the Westside Community Paseos project. I have about a 10-minute presentation, and I'll provide a brief background on the project and describe what community paseos are. And then I will focus on the project's design treatments with respect to brick color and landscaping, which we're requesting your feedback on today for the two intersections that are located in El Pueblo Viejo. Next slide. The concept of the Westside Community Paseo project came from the City Council adopted bicycle master plan and the need for Westside residents to have strong bike routes in their immediate neighborhood, as well as strong connections from the west side to downtown. The city received an active transportation grant for the project's design and construction. The project scope of work was modified and documented in the council adopted Westside Neighborhood Transportation Management Plan back in March of 2020 to change the original neighborhood route from Chino Street, that is within the Westside neighborhood, to San Andres and Gillespie Streets. After further traffic analysis determined too many vehicles would be diverted from Chino onto neighboring streets. In May, we received a scope change from the state and moved into design of the project. In October, we returned to the community for a project update. Next slide. So the concept of community paseos corridors is really finding routes in the community that have a higher level of infrastructure, whether you're walking or biking or scooting or driving. Where does it make sense to have this high level of infrastructure for walking and biking? Well, it's streets that have a low volume of vehicles. Here's a map of our community paseos corridors currently in design. The darker green is the west side paseos route, and the lighter green is the east side paseos route. They both connect together at the intersection of Nepal and Canon Perdido Street. All of these paseos networks connect to the heart of downtown Santa Barbara, as well as schools, parks, and community centers. Next slide. So as you currently navigate within neighborhoods in the city, you'll notice that some intersections are easier to navigate than others. And some key features that you'll see along these community paseos routes are improved crosswalks and safer bike routes, traffic signals, access ramps, landscape peninsulas, shorter street crossings, new street lighting, and improved signage. Next slide. And expectations of a community paseo, again, are those low vehicle volume streets. And this is where cyclists would feel comfortable of all ages riding in the middle of the street. Also, expectations along these routes is for added and walking and biking features, as well as drivers can expect a neighborhood atmosphere along these routes. Next slide. Both the Westside Community Paseo and the Eastside Community Paseo projects are in design right now, with construction anticipated in 2022. Next slide. Today, I'm going to focus on the two intersections that are within the El Pueblo Viejo district. The first one is Santa Barbara and Sola Street, where a traffic diverter median is proposed. And then the second intersection is Sola and Garden, where an improved sidewalk is proposed. Specifically, again, we're looking at direction on brick color and landscaping. Next slide. So leading up to this particular intersection there will be new traffic signals installed along the Sola corridor at Sola de la Vina, Sola and Chapala, Sola and Anacapa, and Sola and Santa Barbara. This is all to help with traffic flow for both cyclists and vehicles. Besides a traffic signal at the intersection of Sola and Santa Barbara, there is a traffic diverter installed, so vehicles traveling eastbound on Sola will have to make a left turn onto Santa Barbara Street, and vehicles going westbound on Sola will have to make a right-hand turn onto Santa Barbara Street. And vehicles traveling northbound on Santa Barbara will not be able to turn on Sola in order to help reducing the vehicular traffic on Sola. So as a cyclist, as you navigate this intersection, there is green roadway paint to follow a better position, to better position yourselves as you ride through the intersection. And as a pedestrian, the intersection crossings will be shortened, reducing exposure in the roadway. Parking will be removed on Sola right at the intersection, just a couple of spaces, but will be replaced on Santa Barbara Street. So there is no net loss in parking. Next slide. So my question to the HLC is in the red portion area, is for the brick pavers of what you would want to see, either the Acrotone buff or the sunset red at that location. Next slide. Here are just, we tried to map out all areas for various capital projects that are in the vicinity of where we're using red brick pavers versus the Acrotone buff. The majority of them intersections have the red brick pavers, but there is the Acrotone buff pavers near the Alice Cake Park. Next slide. For landscaping at this intersection, the project the entire project does remove 18 trees, and we're proposing at a minimum to plant 46 new trees. 3 of the trees are in El Pueblo Viejo jurisdiction. So the 2 trees that are proposed here are the, let me make sure I get the right name, the pink trumpet tree on sort of the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side is the Victorian box tree. And we received these tree selection for these names. We were working with the city arborist, Nathan Slack, on these to be consistent with the city's tree, street tree guidelines. And then what we're proposing in just below the trees is just the city standard mulch for the rest of the ground covers. Next slide. This is a photo simulation. It's actually of a different intersection at Sola and De La Vina, but it's pretty similar to the design at Sola and Santa Barbara Street. With the exception that the pink trumpet tree and the Victorian box tree are on opposite corners just in this, at this particular intersection, but just to sort of give you an idea of layout, what that looks like. Next slide. Again, this is in outside of El Pueblo Viejo, but this is just a plan view of what the Sola de la Vina intersection looks like. Next slide. Now I'm moving to the intersection of Sola and Garden Streets, which is another entrance to Alameda Park, right next to Kids World. An all-way stop is proposed at this intersection. Curbs will be extended to shorten the crossing distance and exposure for pedestrians in the right-of-way. And next slide. Again, my question for brick color is whether to have the sunset red or the Acrotone buff. Next slide. For landscaping on the lower right corner, again, working with Nathan Slack, the city arborist had suggested an evergreen pear. Oh, and I forgot to mention that all of these the tree sizes that Nathan had requested was 15-gallon size. Next slide. And while we just focused on the design aesthetics of a portion of the Westside Paseos project today, I did want to mention that the project is consistent with the city of Santa Barbara's and council adopted Vision Zero strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries, as well as to increase safe, healthy, and equitable mobility. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, as well as Derek Bailey, our city's traffic engineer, as well.
Great, thank you. All right, in that case, I'll go ahead.
Oh, I think, Timmy, maybe if you could go back to maybe slide 9, which was the first question again about the brick color. Thank you.
Okay. If that concludes your presentation, if the commissioners can put on your cameras, and we'll go to public comment. So any member of the public wishing to comment, please follow the directions on your screen. Click on the green hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to speak on this item, now's your opportunity, and you can click on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. And while we're waiting for any hands to be raised, I'll ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence regarding this item.
Well, thank you, Ted and Sparrows. The commission, no, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see several members of the public in attendance. However, I don't see any hands raised, so I think it's appropriate to turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, so we'll come back, bring it back to the commission for questions. We'll start with questions. So any commissioners have questions about it?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
This is a question for Ms. Grant. Happy New Year, first of all. And none of the through streets, except I guess it's going to be a 4-way stop, you said, at Sola and Garden? Is that correct? Am I?
Sola and Garden is an all-way stop.
Yeah.
I didn't hear your first comment.
Oh, the first comment was Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you.
That's the most important.
So, but you're not proposing. You're going to just narrow that intersection anyway. It'll be a stop sign intersection. But it's not going to be. You're not going to curtail traffic flow except by stop signs. Is that correct?
Yes, at the Sola and Garden Street intersection, it's an always stop. There are 2 traffic diverters along the stretch of Sola Street, one being in El Pueblo Viejo jurisdiction of Sola and Santa Barbara Street, and the other at Sola and De La Vina Street.
Okay. And then on the other intersection on Sola going north of Santa Barbara Street, and you're not proposing any, will that be a light, did you say? Would that be a traffic light on Santa Barbara Street?
Yes, correct. There will be a traffic light at that intersection, as well as
so that'll be timed. That'll be
okay.
And that'll be timed with the other lights going all the way up from Gutierrez.
Correct. They will.
Okay.
Be.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Thank you for those questions, Commissioner Drury. Other questions by other commissioners? I'll throw out a question. It's a purview question. So, and I just want to make sure we have clarity on this and what we're looking at. So we have purview over. We don't have purview over, for example, the way in which the bike path has intersects, like where it hits or intersect or at the intersection, and what the planters are on either side, the shape and geometry of that. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on these pieces. We don't have purview on that, the transportation aspect of closing a lane or not closing a lane or shifting those things. And we do have purview on materials, both the hardscape paving, the plant materials, and the mulch, or whatever the ground cover is decided on, those materials. Those are all within our purview. And then the other thing that's not in our purview is, whether it's a stop sign or a light or whatever, all those other transportation requirements or decisions. That is a pretty good summary of what we have purview and not, and that's a question to staff.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. That's an appropriate interpretation of your purview.
Or the shade of green or yellow.
We don't have purview over that, right? We can't make it Malaga green if we want the bike path to be Malaga green. It has to be neon green, or their neon. Okay, and then can we also go to the broader view map of the whole city and the overall? Yeah. So we're looking at the dark green on SOLA, and those are basically the areas where intersect EPV, and that's where we're talking about, right, around Alcott Park. What about the lighter green that comes back, doubles back? What's the story with that? And we haven't looked at that at all. Is that the later phase, or is that nothing's happening that would affect anything that we'd have purview over? And that's to the applicant. Sorry.
Grumbine, thank you for that question. The only items, it is a different project, but under the Eastside Paseos, the only items falling within the El Pueblo Viejo jurisdiction is really just conflict striping at the intersections. And so there is already an existing bike lane at Coda Street and Haley Street. So again, this project would just fill in right at the intersection approaches, and through the intersection is, again, the green conflict striping.
Okay.
And that's something that was a staff level review. There will be a new bike lane going in on Ortega Street. And again, just the intersections will have the green conflict striping.
Great. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. All right. Any other questions by any commissioners? All right.
I've got,
Commissioner Uli.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have, did you say you have comments or questions?
Question.
Okay.
We are in questions, are we not?
Yep, questions. Yeah, good.
My question's to the applicant. Can you describe how the brick pavement section is constructed?
Derek, would you like to expand on that?
Thanks, Jessica. Commissioner Uli, this is Derek Bailey with the Traffic Engineering Group in the Public Works Department. Generally, there's a bed of sand that's laid down, and then the brick pavers are placed on top. One thing that's been common in the El Pueblo Viejo is to use pavers that are tightly packed together. The pavers that are shown in the illustration, those are permeable pavers, so they have a little bit wider gap between them. And they do require a little bit more gravel base underneath for infiltration purposes. Jessica, do you know offhand if these pavers are required to be permeable for stormwater requirements?
I don't know offhand, Derek. I believe they are, but I would have to confirm that.
Yeah, so it would really depend on whether stormwater requirements dictate that these be permeable or not. If they're not, they would just be laid on a bed of sand and tightly packed together. If permeability is required, then there would be some gravel underneath for infiltration purposes.
Thank you. A follow-up question then. On this illustration, there's a light gray line that kind of outlines the brick pattern. Is that a rolled curb?
That's a vertical curb. So, and the image also, because this is an engineering drawing, it also reflects the asphalt conform, we call it, just the strip of asphalt that gets cut out and then replaced as the curb is being built. It would just be a standard curb and gutter that you'd see around that area.
So these brick patterns are not designed to hold a traffic load.
That's correct.
Right. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair House.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
Follow-on question to Commissioner Uli's question. If they are not required to be permeable, is there any reason they can't be red clay brick? Like the State Street sidewalks?
Yes, that is definitely what they can be based on your feedback.
Okay.
Okay. And a follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up question. Do you have a, I don't see documented what is around. Do you have photos of those corners that we can look at? And then also, and then a fourth follow-up to that question is, what is going on in each of those locations in terms of what other bricks are being used, and also patterning of it, because you're showing a herringbone with the Ackerstone buff, and then you're just showing it a regular what's it called, a running bond with running with sunset red. So is there a reason, rhyme or reason to those patterns, and are those occurring in certain locations around it, and what's going on around it when the closest brick?
This is Derek again. I don't believe we have any photos of the nearby locations other than the graphic that Jessica showed. As far as the pattern and orientation of the brick, we'll implement whatever the commission directs us to. But it's been typical for the buff permeable pavers shown on the left to be installed in a herringbone pattern, and then the red tile bricks, at least within parkway areas, to have the more horizontal alignment.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it for my questions. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I do. So I was comparing the intersection of Garden and Sola with the intersection of Santa Barbara Street and Sola, and it seems to me that the intersection of Garden, good Lord, Sola and Santa Barbara Street seems unnecessarily complicated. If there's going to be a light there, why go to all the trouble of making traffic turn either right? You can't go straight. You can't go east on Sola Street because there's going to be a brick curb and so on. I don't understand why you would stop the flow east and west if you're going to install traffic lights, which everybody would have to obey. I mean, the bicyclists, pedestrians, and everybody else.
Can you frame that, Commissioner Drury? Can you frame that in a question that is that ties to our purview? So maybe it's something to do with the aesthetic. Yeah. So the aesthetic of the.
So why would you have a brick and a curb set up in this seemingly unnecessarily complicated intersection, when the other intersection to the east, Garden and Sola, it seems to be very efficacious and not nearly as complicated? I hope that covers the purview.
I think that's tying. Yeah, I think that ties it to our purview, which is the aesthetics of the brick and how things are being broken up.
Yes.
And is there a cleaner way of doing it? And what is there transportation reasons that are in conflict with that and making this
Hey, that's
aesthetic,
what I was going to
happen.
say.
There we go. Okay, there it is in a our purview sort of way. So
Hey,
all
you
right,
took
the
the word
applicant-
right out of my mouth.
There we go. They were there. They just need to be translated.
Yeah.
All right, to the applicant.
That's why you're chair and I'm not.
This is
Oh, I
Derek
just have a
again.
webcam.
It's an excellent question, and thank you. And just for the benefit of the public too, I'm just going to step back a little bit and just talk about bike boulevards. As Jessica mentioned early on in her presentation, the environment that we're trying to create here is a low traffic volume street where cyclists feel comfortable riding in the middle of the street, and so the parking is not impacted. And what's happening here is that a bike route is also only as good as the intersections. So if cyclists do not feel safe at intersections, they are unlikely to use the route. So you could ask the question, why aren't cyclists using Sola Street in great numbers today? Well, a lot of the streets that they have to cross can be challenging because they don't have traffic signals and they have to wait for a gap in traffic. So all of the intersections on the major one-way streets, Santa Barbara Street, Anacapa Street, De La Vina Street, Chapala, will all get new traffic signals. They'll all be timed with the one-way flow up and down the streets. But that's going to give that safe crossing to cyclists to use. What we're very concerned about is by making the streets easier to cross, we could attract new traffic to the streets as well, because vehicles may find it easier to move east and west along Sola Street as well. And that goes against the low traffic volume environment that we're trying to create. And so that's the reason for the diverter at Santa Barbara Street and at De La Vina Street as well. So vehicles will be able to circulate 2 or 3 blocks at a time, but they won't be able to go from one side of town to the other along Sola Street. They will have to turn off. The reason for the improvements at Garden Street is right now Garden is a through street, north and south. And we are concerned about stop sign compliance at that intersection if we put in a stop sign for Garden Street. So the curb extensions will just move that stop sign out so that it's very visible for the Garden Street approaches, just to really reinforce that it is a stop condition for Garden as well. So that intersection is a lot easier to treat than these. It was really challenging coming up with the right configuration for these diverters, as well as the right locations for these diverters. We've got emergency vehicles, bus routes, special events to consider. There's a church on the corner of Anacapa Street that has special events. So there were a lot of considerations that went into why these 2 locations and why these particular shapes. And this is the optimum design that was developed.
I guess optimum is in the eye of the beholder. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I also wanted to
Yep.
just confirm on the brick pavers, there was a question of whether they needed to be permeable or not. And I just, behind the scenes, our design engineer is also watching, and she did confirm that, yes, they do need to be permeable to avoid another higher level tier for stormwater.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? All right. So with that, I'll ask the applicant to turn off their web cameras, and unless we dip back into questions at any point, and we'll go on to comments. All right. Or discussion, or maybe a discussion, and then we'll get some comments out of it. And so first, just as a broader discussion, what are some commissioners feeling in terms of this, in terms of what we're seeing design-wise? And we'll try to have it, not all at once.
Yeah,
but we'll try. Yeah, so let's do comments, but let's try to have a little bit of a discussion, because I think with this topic, I think we need to have a little bit of a short discussion in terms of what our general feel for it is, and then we'll actually line up. There's only so many comments to make. Then we'll just line up our recommendations and see if there's a motion. And we'll get a motion, but we'll see what the is. But first one, yeah. So Commissioner Edmonds. Thoughts?
Yeah, I just have a straight comment at this point, and it's a little bit picky, but for staff that's listening, it's listed on the map and it was referred to as Alice Keck Park, and actually Alice's name, it's actually the Alice Keck Park Memorial Gardens. So I would appreciate that correction being made if possible.
Thank you. Good catch.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
I think it's
Take
Alice
a
Keck
stab at
Park.
general
Park.
comment.
Oh, it's Alice Keck Park Memorial Garden.
Yeah.
Commissioner Edmonds. It is, because her name is Alice Keck Park,
Yeah.
and then it's the Memorial Garden,
Wasn't that
but not the
something?
park.
It isn't just
Yeah.
just time just goes right on by.
It's the park.
All right.
It used to be
So-
Park, but
The
Well,
general
May I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sure. Jump on in.
I'm not going to make it it'll be fairly brief. I find generally, I like the idea of the stop sign and the curb extensions at Garden and Sola. But I mean, I'm looking at it from a map standpoint. I'm trying to visualize the whole thing in real life. I go down that street daily. I have to wait for the traffic to flow by on Santa Barbara Street before I get to Our Lady of Sorrows, where, I don't often stop and pray. But it seems to me that it's a further cluttering of a kind of a bucolic, especially on Solar Street, a bucolic neighborhood. It just seems to be just complicated, and I don't think necessary. And I know I understand the crossing of the bicyclists, but they would have to obey traffic signals. This is way beyond the purview of the HLC. I understand, but it does have something to do with the quality of the visuals of a neighborhood, and this seems to me to be unnecessarily complicated. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Other thoughts and feelings? Vice Chair House.
Well, I think Commissioner Drury's point is well taken. A lot of this is beyond the purview of the HLC. And whether I like it or not, it's the direction it's going. And I think also that this graphic makes a much stronger visual statement than will be perceived in the real world at the from the perspective of a car or a pedestrian or a bicycle. So,
Actually, along those lines, can we shift over so we have the visual that because I think that's a good point. So can we shift the visual to the street view as well, just so that we've been looking at this for a while. So let's look at it from the street view.
So if I understand our purview, it would be the landscaping and the color of the brick. And I think that
I don't. Well, I want to disagree there at least, and then unless staff says otherwise. I think that's what they're asking about. But looking at this image, for example, I think this is not the right intersection, but they're saying it's similar to this. Although the flow of traffic and those things might not be in our purview, what happens in the median and whether it's a ground cover or the whatever landscape or whatever, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is in our purview. So if it's not, and we can't say, no, we don't want this to be a bike lane, or we want to push your bike lane here or do this, but at least the visual impact of these of the median and of this newly created median and the visual impact in a similar way. I see it as a similar way, and I could be wrong, but to how the roundabout that we reviewed that goes under the bridge towards Montecito of Cabrillo, that roundabout that had certain things that were not in our purview that we couldn't control, but there were other things that were part of that islands and the medians and those things that were in our control in terms of what the visual is. So, and I could be wrong, and staff, please correct me if I am, but I don't think we are as limited as what's the color of brick and what's the color of mulch and what's the specimen. Is this specimen a tree? Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think you and I are actually pretty much on the same page. I said landscaping, not just trees. So, I mean, I would certainly agree that just mulch is not a sufficient solution, and that there needs to be a more comprehensive landscaping solution, which accomplishes the goal as well, which is to make it clear to vehicles that no, don't go this way. And right now there's just a tree in the way and somebody's not paying strict attention. That might not be enough of a signal to them. So I think lush landscaping is certainly called for. So I would like to see that in a proposal. As far as the brick, if we can't have red clay brick, I would say red concrete brick is just never acceptable, especially in EPV. It just looks so fake. And so I would favor the buff in a herringbone pattern. Those are my comments.
Okay, Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, thank you. Yes, the landscaping is within your purview. I believe you can ask staff why the mulch was chosen. I think there's some sort of reason for that, but yes, it's within your purview with the limitation that certain vegetation within those right-of-ways, it needs to be approved by the traffic engineer. As you recall, you referenced a roundabout, there's certain engineering practices with regards to intersections where tall vegetation or low vegetation isn't acceptable. And that would be where Mr. Derek Bailey would come in to advise with regards to the type of landscaping that would be acceptable within these areas. As you mentioned, you can't change the design or the striping colors. The trees are generally subject and have been approved by the arborist, the city arborist, and I believe they go through the Street Tree Advisory Committee and would be chosen. If you were to choose a different one, then it would need to be run through the city arborist just to make sure that that's an appropriate tree. And with regards to the brick paving, yes, that's within your purview, as Vice Chair Howes was referencing.
Could I ask for one more? And because we're on this visual, it's helpful to it. So, is there any of our purview that? So I'm looking at like where the bike path begins to the left here, and where that curb is. Is there any? Do we have any say over things like the if we don't like the 90-degree angle of that curb, could we ask for something potentially smoother or not? If it still followed traffic and other guidelines. Is that in our purview to ask for, or to require, or is it not because it's we can't basically touch the curb shape?
I'd have to defer to our traffic engineer, Mr. Bailey, but I believe those are probably prescribed by certain engineering standards for traffic safety, but I'll let Mr. Bailey address that.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. Yes, generally they are standard shapes. That being said, if you think there's a way that we can make this project better by tweaking the shape of these curbs at certain locations, we'd love to get your feedback on that. We may or may not be able to deliver on that based on compliance with standards, but we are looking for the most successful project possible. So please let us know what you think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that answers that question fairly well. So, yeah, so it seems like, and feel free for others to jump in, but it seems like my basic comment, or actually that's a good question in terms of the mulch. Why don't we dive into that a little bit more about why the use of mulch and what the thinking of it for the median and for the other areas was. If the applicant wants to come back on and explain that. Or not.
Don't be scared.
We're not that mean.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
go ahead.
did you want to?
Derek, I'll have you address the height of the vegetation, and then if you also, or I could touch on it with what's participating costs within the active transportation grant.
Thanks, Jessica. Yes, for sightline purposes and to comply with municipal code, the landscaping generally has to be below 8 inches, or in the case of trees, trimmed up to a certain height so that good sight lines are maintained. As far as landscaping goes, the grant program that we got funding through to fund these improvements does not fund aesthetic embellishments. And there's also an issue of ongoing maintenance too with our Parks Department that maintains medians and parkways. And they've indicated to us that they're not able to take on any more maintenance at this time as far as medians and landscaping go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
My general comments are, it looks like the Transportation Department has caught up with us taking this shortcut across town on Solis. So it's unfortunate they're going to stop us from making a cross-town trip. I'm mixed about it. I'm still trying to figure out what's the problem to be solved. You know, my own experience, I'm not, first of all, full disclosure, I'm not a cyclist, even though I have a bicycle hanging in my garage. I don't ride the thing. And so my experience is that almost every single encounter with a cyclist on the road is they don't obey the traffic laws. They speed through intersections, they make quick turns, they're not looking out for you, even though we're supposed to be looking out for them. So I'm trying to figure out, are we trying to make it easier for them to zip through this intersection? I'm trying to figure out what's trying to be solved. And along with Commissioner Drury's comments, this seems to be just complicated. It, in my opinion, aesthetically looks terrible. If, you know, chomped up mulch from the transfer station is going to be the ongoing thing that the Parks Department can only afford to maintain because they get it for free. You know, in a city that prides itself on a high level of aesthetics, this is just not cutting it. It seems to me that within the design profile of the curb standard, we could do a sandstone curb because we've got them all over town. You know, that profile fits the geometry. So, you know, it's just is not making the mark for me.
Okay. All right, other commissioners? Oh, Ms. Ostringer, did you want
to? Chair Grunbein, yes, I just, Commissioner Uli's comments kind of brought something to mind. I just wanted to remind the commissioners that the engineering design and the project itself are outside of the purview. I recognize that the commissioners may have personal opinions about bicycles and the design, but this is it's the program itself is implementing our general plan and our transportation element and our bicycle master plan. So it's been approved by council in that regards, and then the engineering design of it, while perhaps to the layperson busy, is to federal standards. So we do want we are interested, as staff is, an applicant is interested in, particularly in that landscaping, as Mr. Uli pointed out, with regards to mulch and brick and curbs. So I just wanted to leave it at that.
Mr. Chair.
I'm pretty clear about what our purview is, and it's unfortunate that that with all of the work that goes into these transportation projects, we're left with the plants and the weeds and the color of the bricks. Seems to me, you know, these types of projects probably should not come to HLC. You know, if they're federally mandated transportation-related projects with a palette of materials that fit within the district, then they should just simply be done, because this is what's going to happen with this project. It will simply be done and maintained the way the city wants to maintain it, regardless of what we or the public say. So, you know, I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Mr. Chair.
We'll go Commissioner Drury, then Commissioner Lendick.
Yeah, I'll just make it brief. This is why backhoes and skip loaders are so important to have. Backloaders.
Commissioner Lendick. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
I agree with Mr. Uli completely on his analysis of this. When you look at this picture here, I find it hard to believe that federal government has mandated to have that little island of brick there. I find it hard to believe that it's necessary to chew up our streets and make driving more difficult. We need to get a bike lane in and get a pedestrian across the bike lane to a safe spot before they cross the street. It is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, how did we get where we are today in this world without these kind of things 20, 30, 40 years ago? I mean, we've existed as a society well without an island between a bike lane and, you know, sidewalk. I agree. I don't think we should participate in this kind of thing. It's stupid, to say the least. It's stupid.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner, Vice Chair House.
Well, I'm sympathetic to those comments, but then I find it an even worse outcome that this just gets built and we have no say in trying to improve it. If it's inevitable that it's going to happen, I would at least rather see, as stated before, more comprehensive landscaping and question some of these statements about the sight lines. For instance, if I'm heading straight ahead, I can't keep going straight. So I don't need to see the cars on the other side of that tree. Understandably, to my left, I need to look for traffic that might be coming down the street before I turn right. So that's understandable there. But I think where 8-inch maximum high landscaping is required really needs to be questioned. I think this can be more beautiful. I think there might be a little misunderstanding, possibly, based on the site plan graphics we've seen. The areas that are mulch were indicated with kind of a herringbone pattern.
Yeah.
Indicating they were possibly brick, but they are mulch. And I totally agree that that's going to blow away. It's, you know, that takes a lot of maintenance to keep looking decent. I think landscaping is the best solution. Sandstone curbs in and of themselves don't really change a thing. You know, we've dealt with the suggestion of sandstone cobbles mortared into place in islands when we've reviewed roundabouts. I wouldn't really want to see that here, but very little design consideration has been given to this. And Mr. Bailey stated that they want it to be a nice looking project, but this is nowhere near a nice looking project. So I certainly couldn't vote for it as it's proposed. I understand, you know, the problems of budgets for maintenance and then the cost of irrigation, et cetera, but this is just not an acceptable proposal.
We're being asked to put lipstick on a pig, what we're doing.
Exactly.
Neon green one. Okay, other commissioners' comments on this?
I'll just say that I want to second the comments by Commissioner Woolley and Commissioner Lendick in terms of this is a large project involving the east and west side. We're looking at such a tiny piece given to us in very limited purview that it's really very frustrating. And then to be given this particular design, which I share my fellow commissioners' concerns, is not a viable or a commendable solution to preserving streetscapes in this city. And this project, beyond our purview in other parts of it, is having a major impact on streetscapes in this town. So I'm just very frustrated with the little tiny piece that we're being asked to pick a color for.
Yes, and okay, any other comments? Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Any other comments by any other commissioners before I'll throw in my 2 cents after? Okay, so I think it's very clear the frustration, and I share my fellow commissioners' frustration with this question. And I think Commissioner Jordan, you hit on one thing that is really striking me with this shot as well, especially. It tells that story is you're actually changing the streetscape. You're changing the grid that is Santa Barbara right now. The grid that then is the city blocks on the grid. Then as you go downtown EPV, it's pierced with actual paseos. There are little passages winding through the block. That is our kind of general streetscape, downtown especially. That's what it is. It's built up over those layers. This is a drastic change to that aesthetically, and the view right here is perfect to see because there's now a tree right in the middle of what was the grid and what was actually a view up to the mountains and up to the Riviera. And so these moves are actually fundamentally changing the urban experience of Santa Barbara. And you look at other key examples in the world, like Paris, for example, with the spokes that are, it's not a grid, it's a center, and then going out with whatever 10 or 12 spokes, or whatever it is, of boulevards. And that's a very clear urban move and a very clear aesthetic. We have our own very clear aesthetic, and this is sort of strongly violating it on the urban scale. I think that there's definitely going to be way more sensitive solutions that are both that both get at least a lot of, if not all of, what this program's trying to get, which is the which is a laudable good thing, which is connecting pieces of the city that are desirable to connect for pedestrian and for bike traffic, which is great. But I think that it's done, and to me, this is very much a solution, an engineered solution, and not an engineer plus designer aesthetic solution. And if you look at all of Santa Barbara, the reason the city is what it is that for the most part, things have been considered in both the engineering solutions and the aesthetic solutions, whether they're architecture or landscape architecture. So I think this project is running into the problem of this is a purely engineered design and not an engineered plus aesthetically architecture and landscape architecture thought through design. And I think it's such a major move throughout the whole city, and there's obviously going to be more that it really needs to be worked out with a design professional that is thinking along these lines. And actually, it's actually quite a serious changing and transforming of the city, at least in these blocks of it and this whole path of it. So aesthetics are our purview, and unless this could be got to made to look good, I certainly can't support it. But there's a dual thing. I think we can make it look bigger, and that's the sort of the lipstick on the pig approach. Make it look better, not bigger. Make it look better for sure with certain materials or certain plantings, whatever, and help disguise it a little bit. But there's also the bigger macro view of it. Is what is it actually doing in terms of the organization of the street and the views and the city? And I think that's a really serious thing that needs to be thought through as part of the sort of more holistic view of it. So I think it's running into problems in both of those areas. And I would say that not only is it this particular project, but it also needs to be a strong recommendation to council and to the city in general that this needs to be, if projects that involve a strong component that is not within HLC purview or even other purview, you're dealing with transportation things, then from the beginning they need to be thought through with someone who's has the aesthetics of the city strongly in mind, and that being a strong discussion of what the transformation of these streets are going to be. So it's not just an engineered solution, but it's an engineered plus aesthetic solution. So I think we would want to make that recommendation going forward for the bigger picture, because this is drastically changing certain portions of the city and the transportation and flow. But then also there's the particularities of this project and what can be supported and what we have, recommendations and purview over. So I'm seeing that as sort of a dual thing, as both the long-term big picture, so that the city could actually get designed within budget. And the other aspect of it is the argument of, well, if we only have the budget for this, for X, and not X plus Y, seems to me really we need to then not do X plus Y. If you say that all we have the budget for is something that looks like LA or whatever, with big medians, then maybe we should look at how to get the X plus Y and how do we get the plus Y before we do X plus Y. So if we want to keep the quality of our city at X plus Y, which is what we currently have. So so that would be my kind of sort of summary of my own feelings and comments on it, but also tying into what the other commissioners are saying. With that, I doubt that there's going to be from what everyone has said, I doubt there's going to be a motion for project design approval. So it's seeming like it's a summary of comments that we need to do to send to the applicant, and then also maybe some additional notes that we want to send on so that projects like this, and if there's enough support from fellow commissioners, so that projects like this have some guidance early on, so that we don't end up with this is our this major shift. And we saw it in minor degree with the little bulb out, and I think the bulb outs for crosswalk safety and for kind of traffic calming a little bit, those are minor enough changes that it's not drastically altering the urban aesthetic and the feel of the city. But this shot shows us that now the introduction of giant medians and giant blockages of views is actually a major alteration to the look and feel of Santa Barbara. So it should be addressed on the forefront of things and figured out before it gets all thoroughly designed. So, all right. So with that, I'll want to summarize some of the key comments that I've heard, and please feel free to jump in if you want to add some and or disagreement with me on these comments.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I might just interject quickly.
Mr. Hamilton?
It does sound like, yes, it does sound like you're moving toward a decision here. So I just wanted to mention a couple things. It would be helpful, I think, for staff to recommend a continuance here instead of a denial. It sounds like that's sort of where you're headed toward a continuance anyway. And then if you could please include, formally in the motion, your suggestions regarding the material of the pavers and the landscaping. Thank you.
Okay, so some of the so I'll summarize. I'll say some of the key points that were noted. So this would be for a continuance with the following comments. The pavers. Well, in my opinion, we don't even have enough information to be judging the pavers of which one or what pattern or what, because we don't even know what's around them. So there hasn't even been first, like, what is we need views of all the corners and what's the closest, and why would you use one brick versus another, or what one pattern versus another. So I think the brick paver, unless you feel otherwise, it's not even able to be judged yet, because we don't understand the context of the different intersections and what's around them. So it still needs more information to even discuss which bricks and why. On the brick pavers, more information is needed as all the existing locations and the closest brick and their pattern to those locations. The plantings, both the trees, the plant. I think the general thing is the plantings as submitted are not appropriate for the visual blocking of the road from views of the mountains and views down the street for those that are positioned within the road, and then as we see in this current example, and the lack of other plantings is not acceptable as well. So in general the plant design it needs to be redesigned. And the mulch is I just don't think it's appropriate, at least as far as we can tell. We don't have the renderings of it in the other existing locations, but it doesn't seem appropriate for the current locations. But we need to see more information on it, and it's definitely not desirable in general as a material for these locations and intersections. And then as a comment that is, if it can be adjusted, it would be to the benefit of the aesthetics of these views, would be to minimize the visual impact of the medians via either through shape or whatever can be addressed that's properly traffic and engineering wise that meets all the needs for it, but to minimize as much as possible the medians and especially the large ones that are fully floating between the bike lane and the vehicular lane, the car lane. So I think other pieces that I'm missing,
Mr. Chair,
that are Vice Chair House.
I would suggest that the comments should lead with that this proposal has a profound adverse impact on the streetscapes of Santa Barbara and does not rise to the aesthetic level of Santa Barbara. Something like that.
Okay, I think that's a good, yeah. Okay, I think that's a good start. That's a good first point. All right, and any other comments that you want to add to this?
I have a comment. I think
Yes,
they have.
Commissioner Lembeck.
Yeah, I think they have appropriated the term paseo
Yeah, actually, I had that.
illegitimately for this project.
Has
And
nothing to
it
do
is
with it.
offensive to me to see them use the term paseo for the poor design solutions they're coming up with as part of their bike scheme. Sinful.
And actually, so along that lines, I had a similar thought about the paseos, and the reality is for Santa Barbara paseos, and yes, you could argue passages, but the idea of the paseo is that you have this block, this mass, this density, and this little passage that winds you through it, and you actually don't see where things end up, and you have little courtyards, and so paseos for Santa Barbara is a very specific thing. It's not this. There's no road that's a paseo like this. Paseos are the little passageways through buildings, through the block, and not the actual big grid of the streets, which is yeah. So I think that's a misterm in terms of the name of it as well, and that's a good point.
These people, the transportation department is trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes with terms and pretty colors and decoration. I think we should deny the project shown to us. In the jurisdiction we have control over, the EPV district, it is poorly designed, a poorly designed change to the street system in this area, and it should not be undertaken throughout the whole project area. the design does severe damage to the character of the Santa Barbara street system and should not be approved and allowed, nor should it be approved by this body.
Mr.
Deny.
Ostinger? Do you want to?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lindvik to the commission.
Wrong chair, not Schwartz.
Oh,
It's okay.
wrong body.
It's okay. Yeah.
Wrong body.
He doesn't remind me of Chair Schwartz at all.
I just get my commissions confused. Just to remind, the engineering design is not within this body's purview. It's implementing our master plan, our transportation element, and our bicycle master plan. However, this board does have purview over the aesthetic design that's within that engineering design. And I know staff and applicant would probably appreciate those comments. And it sounded like you were all going for the continuance or adding into directing the applicant and how they could improve the aesthetics within the engineering design of the project.
Yeah, understood, Ms. Ostringer, thank you for that. And to Commissioner Lindvik, and if you feel like you want to do a denial of it, I think we should have that discussion. If there's other members that feel the same, then we can get a vote out of it. And see, I would, because of the nature of it, I think that we can at least, without trying to not go across our purview, we can sort of both send these very strong comments about it, it being not acceptable, without necessarily denying it, and also in tandem send comments on to City Council and city staff and others, so that this is we're sort of waving a giant flag here. This is a serious problem and a major move that's happening. But I think it does with HLC as HLC. I think we need to be careful right now with what we're dealing with on this project, but also deal with the bigger picture at the same time. And hopefully this will be the wake-up call that we need to have a bigger picture discussion rather than just letting these projects get engineered by transportation and then come to us for these very minor things which are in our purview, because it is overall it's a giant aesthetic change to Santa Barbara and extremely impactful of our historic city and our neighborhoods and our resources. So I think that there is a path forward for that. I don't think it necessarily has to be through a denial of this project right away. It seems like it could be a tandem thing. But if others feel otherwise, then we can go down that road.
You're talking. Excuse. I apologize, Wendy. You're talking in circles, Anthony. These guys aren't going to change. Transportation department's not going to change. We got 4 blocks of a 50 or 60 block project, and they're going to ignore us. They're going to ignore us.
It might be, but I think that in terms of the Commissioner Lindvik, in terms of the and then we'll go to Commissioner Edmonds. In terms of the process for it and what we can and can't do based on it, I think it's important that we stay within our boundaries right now and that we try to change what is the bigger picture as well simultaneously. But if we do just start denying things strongly, without trying to direct them in the right way, I do fear that then it's just going to be HLC rejecting things again just to reject them. But I think we need to actually cover it from both sides instead of that. But it's not up to just my decision, so I'm just one vote. Commissioner Edmonds, what were you?
Commissioner Lindvik's comment about the video kind of struck a chord with me, and so I pulled it up on my phone. It's a little bit like calling Alice Keck Park a park instead of a memorial garden. And one of the things that drew me to HLC is the history of Santa Barbara. And we are trying to maintain our Spanish roots. And the word paseo actually comes from, it's a parade of bullfighters, not that we want to be doing that, into the arena at the beginning of a bullfight. And then it morphed into a leisurely walk or stroll, one taken in the evening, in which young people may socialize with each other. And so let's call a spade, I guess. This isn't a paseo. It shouldn't be called the paseos of the West Side or the East Side. This is a change in traffic patterns. So I have to say that I'm in complete agreement with what everyone has said. This is an enormous change. And I am a cyclist, and I do, run through stop signs if there's no traffic around. So this isn't what cyclists want. This doesn't, I don't think it's helpful to us. Let's call it what it is, and they're trying to change the traffic patterns, and I don't think that we want to participate in that.
Commissioner Uli?
I agree with most of the comments being made, and I suppose I kind of lit the match, didn't I?
All your fault.
My overall feeling about the purview of HLC is one that we are guardians of the history of Santa Barbara given this district. And we will lose its value one chip at a time on that purview. Projects like this, and we've had many of them, where we're advised, well, your only purview is to pick the color of the brick. The rest of this stuff is not you. If it's in the district, it seems to me that everything is the purview of HLC. And if there isn't anyone else watching out for the broader context of how these things impact EPV, then who is going to do it? Because, and I have nothing against engineers, you know, they've got their effort and their place in the design world. But if it were left to them, we wouldn't have any architectural aesthetic or landscape value at all, because you can't maintain it. So I personally cannot support a continuance to appease the powers that be down at City Hall. I think the project should be denied. A strong message should be sent that HLC's purview is EPV and everything in it, and let it go where it goes.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House?
I would agree with you. I think from a standpoint of process, it's inappropriate at a first review to deny it without giving the applicant even a chance to respond to our concerns. And if they subsequently come back with little response, then it's appropriate to deny it. And thank you, Wendy, for pointing out the roots of paseo. Of course, the verb pasear means to walk. So this has nothing to do with facilitating walking. It's facilitating bicycles. So, you know, the cutesy name paseos is not appropriate for this project. Hello, Pilar.
Okay. Ms. Plummer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind the commission, this is the first time the commission is reviewing this project. And I think you've all made your comments very clear. And you had a start of a summary of comments. I do think at this stage, we want to give the applicant, as Commissioner House just stated, the option of designing the project to meet your guidelines and to satisfy the commissioner's comments. And, you know, if they return and do not redesign, you know, that's going to be up to the commission's discretion to approve or disapprove the project as it is. But this is the first time the commission is hearing this review, and I do think it's warranted to let them have the option to design a solution that would satisfy the commission at your discretion.
So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Ms. Plummer.
Mhm.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
And thank you for that. So we could make a motion just to continue it for 2 weeks. right? Or
Mr. Chair,
Or
Mr.
indefinite.
Chair, and to Commissioner Jury, I would highly suggest an indefinite continuance. This
Okay.
project could be scheduled for, the soonest available, but we do want to offer the applicant the opportunity to study some of the items that you've brought up. I mean, you brought up a lot of comments related to landscaping and hardscaping that should be studied before ultimately just making a decision on the design and whether or not it's approvable or disapprovable.
thank you for your wisdom.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Plummer, and thank you, Mr. Drury. Commissioner Lenvick, and then we'll, go ahead.
You know, this is what happened to the police department building on Coda and Santa Barbara Street. The AR didn't take a strong position the day they walked in with that project.
Another project.
I know, but
Yeah,
we're sitting around and not making any firm stand on something that is bad and not going to get any better.
I think we
Okay.
made for.
So, Commissioner Edmonds, and then we're going to wrap it up, and we're going to need to get a motion. So we could go motion either way, and then we'll just vote on it and see where it falls, and then see where, because I think that we're at least all very clear that we don't like the project as designed. That's very clear from, there hasn't been a single person who said anything but that. So I think the real question is whether there's some that are saying there should be a motion to deny it. And there's some that are saying that there should be a motion for an indefinite continuance with all of our comments that are saying the project as designed is not acceptable, and we have all these major concerns. And I would actually add to that, to be clear, that one of those major concerns is the aesthetic impact of actually blocking the view corridor that's created by the grid of Santa Barbara's historic grid, and those streetscapes that you view up to the mountains, and just the long uninterrupted view that a grid creates on the street. And so I think that's a strong impact as well, which this design totally ignores. So, or not just ignores, it blocks. It contradicts it, which is a strong aesthetic change. So I would add that as a very clear additional comment to it. So I think that's what we're going to need to go to one or the other and get a vote for this and wrap it up and move on to the next item. So Commissioner Edmonds, and then I think we'll go from that to get a motion and see what happens. Commissioner Edmonds?
Okay, I'd like to speak as a cyclist at this point. If we're going to go to an indefinite continuance, which I actually think is a good idea, I'd like the parties that are going to look at this possible redesign, that when I'm looking at this photo right now, it reminds me of riding on Cathedral Oaks. This exact same situation is, it's the bright green, it's the, the curb, and that fits there. We're trying to ride fast, you're trying to ride straight, and there's some crosswalks with some poles, so it fits, but it doesn't fit for downtown. The green I find extremely offensive. And I'm on my bike riding along this area a lot, and I don't think it's necessary for cyclists to have this bright green paint in the downtown area.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Edmonds.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Uli.
I make a motion that the project be continued indefinitely.
I will second that with the comments that you've enumerated.
Yeah.
And with the maker of the motion? Okay.
Yes.
All right, with the motion and a second under discussion. So, any additional thoughts, feelings? Otherwise, we'll go to a roll call vote. Okay, let's do a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll
Ms.
begin the
Rydell?
roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes unanimously with one absence. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, the applicant would like to make a comment. If possible, it is at your discretion.
Yes, that's fine, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As far as, thank you for some of the direction for the brick pavers on the red clay brick and the study the patterns. That is something that we can address. And then for landscaping, as far as, I didn't hear any feedback on the trees. Again, we could look at low cover ground cover not exceeding 8 inches. With respect to HLC for redesigning for transportation purposes, we cannot change the project. So for that, when we return, we will specifically be looking at just again, addressing the brick paver in the landscaping. If it's something that is beyond that, then we would request a denial.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Let's go bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
So yes, Vice Chair House.
I am kind of shocked to hear that because I thought it was the appropriate path to take to give the applicant more of an opportunity to consider our comments and respond. But clearly it's the color and pattern of the brick and the species of tree and not really anything else. And so if that's what you return with, I would vote for a denial the next time around. And if you're requesting a denial this time around, maybe we should make that motion.
Other commissioners?
I agree.
Let's hear from the city attorney since she's hovering here waiting.
Ms. Ostringer.
Chair Grumbine and commissioners, there's been a motion and a vote. So the only deliberations at this point that can be made would be a request for a reconsideration, in which case one of the commissioners would need to request, make the motion. It needs I believe it needs a super majority for a reconsideration. Then we'll need to open it back up for public comment before you make another motion.
Okay, thank you. This is, and can you tell me, because we've never had a super majority discussion here, what is the super majority for us? Or what is the percentage and then what would that be for us?
So there's 9 commissioners on this commission.
One absent, right?
So you'd need 7.
Well, there's only 8 now. There's only 8 now.
Yeah.
Right, but it's based off the whole.
Okay.
So then, if we were, and sorry to go sideways in this, but if we were like if we barely had a quorum, if we had 6 commissioners or 5 commissioners and had a quorum, then it can never have a supermajority. Is that right? Or are you sure it's not that it's a supermajority of the commissioners present or of the?
I'm not sure. I have to go back and.
Okay. Why don't we do this? It sounded like it might end up being a vote, and in which case we can look it up if we need to, if there's a question of its validity. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
sorry,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Uli, I think I heard you first.
I recommend we keep moving. We've given it a vote. We give it our best shot. We know it's going to come back, and we're not going to be happy about it. We'll give them the denial when they come back, but our agenda is running late, and we should move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair, I agree with that. I think we should take the high road and not antagonize City Council, with the denial. So I think we should say, please come on back and address the aesthetics of this, because it's aesthetically not acceptable right now.
This next meeting, we could all be fired and out of a job.
All right. So if you're, it seems to me like it would be a fast enough process to do it. And it seems to me that actually the applicant's asking for that. So I wouldn't want to waste another 2 weeks and another whatever to just say the same thing. They've stated very clearly that they're not going to change their any of the transportation aspect of it at all, and that would be shape or whatever of the island or the aesthetic impact of it. So it seems very clear that they're asking for a denial if we're not just picking paving, color, pattern, and the trees.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest then it's
Yeah.
going to be a very quick item when it comes back and not an hour and a half.
I would
agree.
move for reconsideration of our prior action.
Is there a second? I'll second it, actually. I think that'll save us more time in the end. So there's a motion. Yes, Ms. Ostringer, can I second it or no?
Yes, there's now that there's a motion on the floor, I need a 5-minute recess to look at your bylaws to determine what kind of, whether we need a majority, supermajority, and what that entails.
Okay, cool. Now, okay, let's do it. 5 minutes.
This is one of the most fun.
so we have a motion and a second for, and I don't remember the terminology because it's the first time we've done it in my time. A reconsideration, that's right. Okay. And then Ms. Ostringer, can you give us more facts on that? What's our supermajority numbers and anything else we need to know about it?
Yes, Commissioner Grumbine, and to the commission, thank you for the 5-minute opportunity to review your guidelines. Your guidelines do allow for the reconsideration, which is the motion on the floor. They do not speak to whether it needs to be a supermajority or a majority. However, your guidelines point us to Robert Rules of Order, which indicate that the vote only needs to be a majority, not a supermajority. And then should you make the motion to reconsider, a new motion will need to be made on the floor. I would suggest before we make that motion that you open it back up to public comment. And then I believe Ms. Plummer has comments with regards to any future dispositive motions.
And this assumes the motion for reconsideration passes.
That's right.
Correct.
And it has to be a simple majority for that to pass, right?
Correct.
Okay. So why don't we do that? We have the motion. Any other discussion before we go to roll call? So, okay, let's do it.
I'm sorry, didn't she just ask for us to open it up to the public for comments?
So only if it passes. If this passes, then we reconsider it. And if we reconsider it, we open up public comment, and then we reconsider, and we can make whatever motion we want at that point. Okay, Ms. Rydell, would you like to?
All right, I will take the roll call vote for the motion to reconsider the previous motion, starting with Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
No.
Commissioner Manuel is absent, Vice Chair House,
No.
Commissioner Uli,
No.
Commissioner Drury,
No.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, so that leaves us at 4
tied.
yeses and 4 nos. So the
Okay,
motion
so it
fails.
does not pass. It fails. Okay. Motion fails, and now we know our rules a little better. We know and so now we will close this item and move on to item 7. And it's very late. We won't even look at what time it is. We'll just plow forward. All right. Item 7 is 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez, 409 Anacapa Street, and the archaeology report. Proposal to merge 3 parcels located at 410 State Street, et cetera, to create a 59,000 square foot lot. The proposed development involves construction of 78 rental units, averaging approximately 670 square feet per unit, in a 4-story building in the existing parking lot located at 27 East Gutierrez, using the city's AUD incentive program. The building would be approximately 90,000 square feet, including an approximately 25,000 square foot ground floor consisting of parking, garage, commercial space, residential lobby, trash enclosure, and bicycle parking. The proposal includes 89 parking spaces in combination of surface parking spaces and parking lifts. Planning Commission granted the community benefit project exemptions to height limitations, requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 archaeological resources report and addendum prepared by Heather McFarland and Michael and Wally, McFarland Archaeological Consultants. All right. So this is for, this is just the archaeology
Mr. Chair?
report. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct,
Mr. Hamilton.
And
Yeah.
yes, I just wanted to make some guiding comments here. So Dr. Galasso has reviewed this archaeological report and the addendum and concluded that the archaeological investigation supports the report's conclusions and recommendations. The report preparer is here. However, I have not been able to promote them to a panelist. So we'll see if they're able to give any comments or, to answer questions if there are any questions. And
if not, Mr. Cannell can answer the archaeological questions instead.
I'll do my best.
All right. Okay, so with that, so I guess what we would go to is, normally we'd have them do a summary first, but let's go straight to public comments then, and then we'll come back to the commission for any questions. So opening public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment on just the archaeology report, please raise your hand following the instructions.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please click the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, then you'll have 2 minutes to speak once staff calls on you. Currently, I don't see any hands raised, and I would just like to confirm with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written public correspondence.
Thank you, Ted, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive written correspondence for the archaeological report, so I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised, so back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, so now we're back to the commission. Any questions about the archaeological report? Or the archaeology report? All right, if there are no questions, is there a motion?
Let's see. I make a motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I have a question.
Sure, Leonard.
I see an addendum here as well to the archaeology report. Is that correct? But we don't have the report writer here. Is that right?
Mr. Hamilton, was there any new news on that?
Yes, Commissioner Lundvik and Mr. Chair, the report preparer is here and we can unmute him to allow him to answer questions.
My question is, what was the reason for the addendum?
The reason for this.
You've been unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Is this Mr. Amali?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Can
please.
you hear me?
Yep.
The reason for the addendum was to address some questions that city staff had regarding significance and regarding mitigation measures. And one of the questions they had was the mitigation measures that were recommended originally were recordation. And the comment was that recordation isn't always enough mitigation. However, the portion of the CEQA law that they were referring to was for proposed demolition of standing structures, not archaeological resources. The resource addressed in this report is the Trinity Church, which was demolished in the 50s. And so the concern of that particular comment by city staff wasn't really applicable. And it's addressed in the addendum.
What is the impact? What is the impact of the?
We're getting a bad feedback. If everyone can mute, that's not talking.
What's the impact of the church foundations to the project?
It's not entirely certain, but it looks like, as currently designed, approximately 16% or one wall of the church foundations would be removed during construction.
Do I read it that the church said for 2 years between 1868 and 18 whatever?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Well, was the church a church between 1886 and 1888?
Yes.
And after that, it was something else.
Eventually it became a residence, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about foundations of a for churches. is a potentially significant feature of the site.
Commissioner Lenvick, I apologize for the interruption. It's hard to hear what you're saying. There's a pretty good echo happening. So if everybody who's not speaking currently could just mute themselves on the webinar, that might help the situation.
Yeah,
Or mute your computer if you're on the phone.
Is there
I
echo
think
now?
I think there is. It might be some.
I'm concerned about a building built 2 years and then became the next 100 is historical goal. All right. I'm done.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear one word of that, if it was a question.
Let me give it a try. Never mind, I'm echoing too. Did everyone check to make sure that if you have a computer going and a phone on or whatever else, or there's two computers, that there's not the reverb, that you mute everything? Now I'm not hearing an echo, so maybe it's good now. Commissioner Lenda, can you try that one more time? See if we can get it with that.
Yes, I'm concerned that the addendum says that there is a foundation, some significance, and it's a foundation, and the church existed for 2 years, and after 1888, it was something else. It was a house. It was, whatever. And we're really, I don't know if it has an impact on the project or not, but I just don't find that reaching back that far for a foundation for a church that existed for 2 years is relevant, environmentally, archaeologically relevant. And I'm asking the report writer to help me on this.
The report says that it's not significant. It was originally considered significant under criterion D for possibly yielding important information about prehistory or history. It no longer has that significance. That's what the addendum says.
But doesn't the addendum say that you got that when you tear it out, you got to save all the bricks or whatever and reuse them someplace else on the site?
No, it doesn't say that. It says that would be a suggested mitigation, is that some of it be used in a memorial. It doesn't say that all the bricks and stones come out and be reused somewhere else on the site.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Lenvick? All right. Any other questions? And if everyone can try to mute again, that would be great. Okay. With that, is there someone who wants to make a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Dury.
If I'm not echoing, I'll make a motion.
All right.
Make a motion to accept the report as presented.
Commissioner Howes seconds that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan. You were a little garbled there, Commissioner Mahan. Would you state your vote again?
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yeah.
The motion passes unanimously with one absence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to item, let's see, yeah, on to item 8. Last item, and I understand that Commissioner Drury, that you're probably gonna have to leave pretty soon. We're at 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez, 409 Anacapa. It's a continued item for project design approval. This is proposal to merge 3 parcels located at 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez Street, and 409 Anacapa Street to create a 59,000 square foot lot. The proposed development involves construction of 78 rental units, averaging approximately 670 square feet. It's a new 4-story building, an existing lot located at 27 East Gutierrez Street using the AUD incentive program. The building would be approximately 90,000 square feet, including approximately 25,000 square feet ground floor, consisting of parking garage, commercial space, residential lobby, trash enclosure, and bicycle parking. The proposal includes 89 parking spaces in combination of surface parking spaces and parking lifts. Planning Commission granted the community benefit project exception to height limitations. Project design approval is requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis criteria and EPV design guidelines. Project was last reviewed September 16, 2020. Right. Okay, so welcome.
And Mr. Chair, and
oh yeah,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just want to give some brief guiding comments, if I may.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, the applicant is requesting project design approval at this hearing, and that if you do want to make an appealable decision, then you'll need to include the project compatibility criteria in your analysis, in your motion. And also, the case planner, Kelly Broadison, is present to answer any questions that might be specific to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Connell. And I'm gonna, is there anyone else from your team that's gonna be presenting or discussing?
No, Mr. Chair, it's just me.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go through the motion from last time. I'm gonna give a quick little brief, very brief summary of design approval, what that means for the new commissioners as well. And then you have the 15-minute timer here to take us through. And so particularly answering key comments as well. Please make sure to focus on those as well. So this is, our last motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission prefers the ground floor of the Paseo to be commercial rather than residential and finds that the change to be an improvement. Number 2, resolve the top level of the building to look less top heavy. 3, the commission feels that the project is going in the right direction and is ready for project design approval. And this was a motion by Mahan, second by House, 6-0-0. Drury was absent. The motion carried. And just as a sort of an overview, quick overview of what design approval versus final approval for the new commissioners. And please, Mr. Hamilton, jump in and correct me if I go wrong here. But the key for design approval, it's the first appealable action, the main action. And once, if we give it the project design approval, that is the major hurdle. And that basically for final approval, they're showing how their details and their construction documents as their plans develop with all their engineers and everything else to a greater extent, how all those details get worked out, and you're zooming in basically and finessing the details. If it's for the massing, the overall massing of the building should be the same from design approval to final approval, or pretty close to the same, with only very subtle tweaks. But it's not like it could lose half a floor, or major moves can happen between design approval and final approval. So that if we're going to give it design approval, it really needs to be the real massing it's going to be, and then the overall, the major moves of openings and things like that need to be fairly well resolved, and with just the details coming back to us. Some of the other aspects are, things that do tend to change potentially are mechanical equipment and things like that. And so showing how things are venting is oftentimes a key thing for getting this kind of basic design approval. Otherwise, there's a danger of if things haven't worked out down the road, it being kicked back and having to rewind the clock and it changing from its original approval. So this action, if it is given design approval, that's an action that can be appealed to City Council if someone doesn't feel that this was done or doesn't agree with our decision on it. Okay, so that's a quick little summary. And with that, why don't you take it away, Mr. Cornell. Oh, Mr. Hamilton, did you have some comments before Mr. Cornell started?
Mr. Chair, no, I did not. You gave an adequate summary of what project design approval is. So I agree, and Mr. Cornell can
go from there. All right.
Okay, thank you. Glad to be here finally. It has been a long time. We've had 4 months since we were here last, and I'll be honest with you, we haven't done a lot. We've been waiting on this archaeological problem to be resolved. So I'm glad that is, and that we're finally moving forward with what really I think is a very important housing project for our downtown. So Mr. Bolton, let's move forward. Next sheet. This is all stormwater stuff, which I don't think we want to spend time on given the late hour. So Mr. Bolton, if we'll move forward. I was chastised at my last ABR meeting by using first names. I used to call him Timmy, but now I will refer to him as Mr. Bolton.
Very good, very good.
Thank you. I know it's terrible sometimes. Next slide, please. I think we can keep going until we get to the site plan. There we go. So just as a reminder, this is our footprint with the parking on the ground. We've took all the recommendations relative to commercial spaces facing onto the Paseo and onto Gutierrez Street. Next slide. These are the typical unit floor plans. We have 3 floors, basically all stacking. So it's been very important for this to be a very rational building with the courtyard in the middle. Next slide. Then if we'll zoom in on that lower plan, I'll let discuss the landscape. And I'm not even sure if I've got my landscape architects left yet, but this is the roof plan. It's going to be very important to us that this be an activated roof. It is where the open space really for the project, the usable open space is occurring. So you can see what we are doing here. We are limited to how much of the roof we can use because of the exiting requirements. So we've got solar panels and mechanical up here, and in the process, we've sort of positioned them so that we can create these various activity areas, including a couple of fireplaces and some areas for people to be able to have dining events up here. Next slide. The basic section of the building, which hasn't changed since you reviewed it last. Next slide. So here are the elevations, and we have made a few minor changes, primarily relative to studying the roof. Let's zero in, Mr. Bolton, on the top elevation, which is the Gutierrez elevation. You can see there with the entry, which is obviously in the middle of the building, we have the commercial area that's on the left. We have the bike parking for the project on the right. We have added that little roof element that you see there next to the trellis, which is actually beyond on the roof, but that actually is a functioning little space that we're going to put the elevator equipment. You may recall that we have actually, thinking about COVID and thinking about the realistic servicing of all of the occupants of this building, we put in 2 elevators, one a larger utility elevator and then a passenger elevator. And so the equipment is going to be housed up in that little charming building, which also is going to be the backdrop for one of the rooftop fireplaces. Let's move down to what is the east elevation. So this is what you would see from the Anacapa Street side. We've played a little bit with the roof plan, not a lot, but just to deal with the comment on the top heaviness of the building. Hopefully we've satisfied you. I will tell you that, we are anticipating coming back to the commission for at least 2 in-progress reviews. This is an important building. We realize it is a large structure that's going to need to be very well detailed. So we're anticipating coming back to you soon to be talking about more detailing and things as the project progresses. Obviously, we want to achieve this threshold to be able to move so the client feels comfortable moving forward. Let's move down to the elevation below this. This is the north elevation. So this faces the large parking lot that is accessed off Haley. It's considerable distance back from Haley. And really just, this building we want to be, as we've talked about in the past, is very rational. We've, improved some of the detailing, for instance, down at the ground level there where that cantilevered portion on the right comes down and settles into those arches. And that's going to be important to refine the detailing. And then final elevation, which is facing onto the Paseo. You can see there's a little chimney element that is on this side as well. It's a little bit hard to see in this drawing. And then you can see the commercial spaces that we have facing onto that Paseo as well. Next sheet is the views, the 3D views of the building. So not a lot has changed again from the last time that this was reviewed, but still illustrates the various vantage points that the building can be seen. And I guess I will ask if we have anybody from Arcadia. Martha, are you here to talk about the landscape plan?
Mr. Purnell, she is here. I'm promoting her to panelist currently.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Degasis, you should be able to turn on your webcam and your mic.
Hi, Martha DeGasis from Arcadia Studio. Bob Cunningham is also in the audience, so he can speak to the ground level plan if necessary, and I'm mostly here to speak to the roof plan if that's of interest right now.
Let's go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. So I don't think much on the ground has changed, has it, Martha, since we reviewed this last?
No, the last review was very satisfied with the ground level planting, and mostly the roof plan was what was in question at that time.
So why don't we move on to that? Next slide, Mr. Bolton.
So what you can see here on our roof plan, we've programmed the entire space. So I'm going to start at the top center and move clockwise around. So we've got a little artificial turf area that would be a games area and also a gathering space. So in that area, we could have just different games or passive recreation, kind of horseshoe games and that kind of thing. We also have an outdoor television screen that would be on that small wall that is between the solar panels. And then as we move clockwise into that larger patio, that too is a recreation patio where we have table tennis and foosball, yoga, that sort of thing. We're enlivening the edges with some planters with small trees and some planters with shrubbery and so on. Additionally, in that courtyard area, we've got 3 barbecue grills and a long counter, and that's situated against the building wall, which is about 5 feet tall, as I recall, Brian, to screen that rooftop equipment. So that serves that dual purpose there. And then as we move past the rooftop equipment into that lower right patio, that's a dining patio that has some family style tables and some 4-top tables, and then some lounge areas with club chairs, sofas, fire pits, and then additional tables at the lower area there. We've also showing the fireplace that Mr. Knoll talked about with some lounge chairs and a coffee table and so on. So it should be a very nice patio area for the residents there. Along the edge, we've got some raised planters that will have screen shrubbery in them and hedging and that sort of thing. Moving toward the left, we've got a very small, more intimate patio with just a fire pit and a few club chairs, little outdoor topiary trees and so on next to that elevator bank. And then our final area, there is another over to the left. We've got more lounge chairs and sort of a sun patio for daytime use with some chaise longue and some couches, tree planters, and again, another fireplace with an outdoor television mounted above the fireplace. So these are all of these nice gathering areas for the residents. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Bolton, I think we should just go to the elevations, and I think that completes my presentation as well, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
All right. Okay, thank you. So let's go to public comment now. Any member of the public wishing to ask questions, make a comment, please follow the instructions and click on the green hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, now is your opportunity to do so. And while we wait for any hands to be raised, I'll just confirm with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ted, and the chair and the rest of the board. We did receive 1 letter of written correspondence for this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And we only have 1 attendee in the audience currently, and their hand is not raised, so we can move it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Okay, back to the commission then for questions. Any questions regarding the project? Okay, so I have a question, and because we weren't showing the before elevations and the after elevations, how did you address the and specifically maybe like having Mr. Bolton circle the areas or whatever, show with his cursor? Which roofs? We had said that it was top. That one of the comments is that it feels top heavy, and so how has that been addressed?
Well, to be honest with you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't sure how to address that comment. So, what we have is what you see. I guess I would need a little more guidance, and it's something that we certainly will continue to try to resolve and study as we proceed, but we really haven't addressed that, to be honest, because I don't understand it completely.
All right, how about to lie? Well, just go ahead and lie about it then. Don't be. Okay. All right. Okay. And then any other questions?
Commissioner or Chair Grunbein, I'm
Yeah.
wondering, and please stop me if I'm being inappropriate, but the public comment that we received, is Mr. Cornell privy to that question that was raised or the comment that was raised by the public? Or, because I think it would actually be nice if he could answer the question.
Commissioner Edmonds, the public comment is typically forwarded to the commission and also to the applicant.
So the applicant has
he
received
should
it.
Yes, so the applicant should have received the correspondence.
And would it be appropriate then for Mr. Cornell to answer the question about the height of the building? For the
If that's for if you're the inquiring mind that wants to know, then yes. So if that's
yeah, I think it would be
That's the
nice if you for me, if you could just to address the fact that this is a tall building and how it fits into the neighborhood and streetscape, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the person writing the letter, this was the Pat Saley letter we're talking about.
Yes,
I'm not sure that I saw a question in that letter.
Maybe I'm turning it. Oh, sorry. I think I'm turning it into a question so that you could alleviate the concern, because we have discussed it during prior meetings that this is a tall building, but it's appropriate for the neighborhood.
Well, I think that, this seems to be a question that we will continually grapple with as a community, long after this building is built, no doubt. But when we first presented this, our feeling is, this is a important housing project. It's providing close to 80 units downtown, 8 of which are going to be affordable. And it is a taller building. It's not unlike the Libero building or the old Baylor Inn. In fact, it's very similar in height. It's a little shorter, in fact, than the Baylor building is. And that's a building that has 1-story buildings, right next to it. I think that diversity of building scale in our community is actually a good thing. I don't think we want all 1-story buildings, and I don't think we want all 4-story buildings. So we certainly have done a lot in terms of the setback along the street, along Gutierrez, similar to the Baylor building, where the building is not right up to the street, whereas our neighbors are. And I think that's a critical element of making it acceptable in terms of that height. I also would like to point out that, when we pointed this out in the early meetings, when you are there at the corner of State and Gutierrez, you really lose the mountain views just from even the 1-story building that's on the corner there. So, it's really never been an issue of mountain views for this building, because they just are not that visible from any vantage point. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I think at the end of the day, a large building works as long as it is carefully designed and articulated, and that's what we intend to do with this building.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair House.
I would point out that there seems to be a tab at the top there that says old plans 9/16/2020. And so if you wanted to look at those to try and figure out what the top heavy comment was about.
It sounds like elevation wise, not much has changed. Is that right, Mr. Knell?
Yeah.
In terms of that, at least the top of it.
Yes, we haven't really done anything specific. I mean, we have articulated some roof detailing along the parapet edges that are not roofed with tile. And along the south, we have the awning elements that I believe may have been added. And then that little element that was just circled is another example that was a revision from the last. But to be honest with you, no, we really have been waiting to get to a place where since we were ready for project design approval in September, we are really waiting to be able to proceed in earnest. And the real effort has been in the roof, developing that roof plan in that timeframe.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Lendick?
Not a question. It relates to the question of top heavy. And I think when you look at an elevation, two-dimensional elevation like we're seeing right here, and you've got a roof on top of it with an overhang that's wider than the walls, you're gonna intuitively say, well, it's top heavy. But you never see a building that way. I mean, you'll never see this building that way. And the roof, I think, is probably an essential part of the building because it casts shadows, it gets some detail up there, so on and so forth. So I question that the building is top heavy. I don't see it. In 3 dimensions, I don't see it.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chair House.
I'm just interested in us doing our due diligence and making sure we understand the comments that were made before and to see if they were addressed. I do note that the comment says it's not specific to any particular elevation, but I don't remember who made that comment. I have a feeling it was Commissioner Mahan, but is he still on board? But
I don't see his rectangle.
I agree with Commissioner Lendick. I don't see anything that strikes me as top heavy. So,
and
I think
this might go into comments more. I think I might. Oh, is that Commissioner Mahan? No.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Yeah. Well, I don't see this building as being top heavy at all. And the reason that I don't is because of all of the vertical shadows that it casts. And I think those vertical shadows really bring it down to the ground. And these shadows are all from when the sun is setting in the west. But when the sun comes up in the east, then these shadows will be cast in a different direction in a very interesting way. And I think this elevation and the other elevations too, but this is the really important elevation. I think it's very, very well composed and set back and has vertical elements in it that make it not being top heavy. This is a design, architectural design that will be very, very successful.
All right. And since we're rolling, since there wasn't more questions and since we're rolling into comments, I'll try to tie it together. It may have been me that said it. I don't remember. But at least when I look at this, the only thing that sticks out at me in terms of the top heaviness potentially would be just that the top floor has the extra transom and has the extra height, which makes that floor sort of taller than the other floors of floor. And my guess is because it's sort of the top and the nicest rooms and spaces that or residences that's the reason for it. It does seem a little bit like it could come down a little bit, but at the same time, I think it's also even as is, it's still the articulation of it. It still pulls it off. I do think that the vertical wall, the large walls above the windows were also potentially part of it. And I think you started breaking it up, and maybe this is part of the question. Can you scroll down to the other elevation where I think you brought in railings or something else that kind of broke up the, if you could zoom into the second elevation, is it? Second from the top? Maybe that was a part of that. Did you introduce some railings up there on the top right that kind of took off some of the solid wall? or was that always that way?
No, that, we could probably have Mr. Bolton go find that east elevation from our previous review.
Is that the current one or is that the previous one?
So you're looking now at the current, and then he'll probably toggle back to the one you looked at before.
There's the pergola, that's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was it. That was part of the reduction of the overall height massing.
Yeah, we decided to eliminate one of those pergolas and to actually run it in the east-west direction.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, this elevation, we don't see architecture in elevation. This is set back maybe 100 feet, or I don't know how far from Anacapa Street, and it will start to drop down behind this one-story building, and will not be visualized as we see it in elevation. We've got to stop thinking about seeing these buildings in elevation. These architectural drawings are important, but they're not the way people really see them when they're driving along Anacapa Street. So
Yeah,
this Anacapa Street elevation will drop down considerably.
Actually, Mr. Bolton, could you go to the one below that? Because that's exactly the elevation or the view that Mr. Mahan was just discussing.
Oh, I wish you could move it a little farther down toward the stop sign and see how the what used to be the utility or the washing machine store, I don't know what it is now.
Yeah, it still reads furniture or reads appliances.
Will pretty much screen this building from people pass by this particular location in their car or walking their dog in just a few moments, and it's not going to be perceived. It's the Gutierrez Street elevation that is really perceived as the high element of this building, and I think that Gutierrez Street elevation is designed very, very beautifully with a lot of vertical elements that cast vertical shadows, and it's going to be a very successful piece of architecture.
So why doesn't that kick us off how about that kicks us off our comment section? Other additional commissioner comments? Not everyone all at once.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion for a design approval as submitted with the details to come back to consent, or maybe to the full board, whatever the other board members feel like.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that, but I think that there are a lot of details and potential for things being massaged to make the building work. So I think it should come back to the full board.
Yes, okay, I'll accept that. It should come back to the full board, and and I'm going, and in my motion, I'm going to make this project compatibility analysis criteria and El Pueblo Viejo's design guidelines are acceptable.
Okay, and do you want to go through all of them here?
I do. I love to go through these. Compliance with the city charter and the municipal code. Yes, I agree that the project is in compliance with the city charter and the municipal code, consistent with the guidelines. It's, number two, it's compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. There are a number of other buildings very close by that are of the same size, bulk, and scale. So I think it is compatible with that. I do agree that we can't have all of the buildings in a particular area be four-story buildings. We've got to have the variety. Santa Barbara is a city of variety, and we need the variety. It's appropriate in, no, go back one moment. Skip back to number 3. I didn't get to number 3 yet. Appropriate size, mass, bulk, and scale height is okay. I think it's going to be a very, very successful design. Okay, now number 4. Please, number 4. Sensitivity to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. I'm not sure if any of those are very close, but I think that it will be sensitive if there are those particular landmarks, and it is appropriate to El Pueblo Viejo guidelines. The public views of the ocean and the mountains are not impacted by this particular building because of existing buildings that are in the way. And yes, the use of open space, and does the project include an appropriate amount of open space and landscaping? Well, it's a commercial building downtown, but I think that the paseo that comes along on the west side gives it an appropriate open space, and I'm very happy that is given over to commercial use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Chair and to Commissioner Mahan, I'd like to just jump on and ask for a little bit more detail on number 3 of the compatibility analysis criteria. Just confirm why you think the size, mass,
appropriate
bulk, and height,
size, mass,
scale
bulk,
are
and
all okay.
scale. Height is the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of the project appropriate to the location and its neighborhood. Yes, I do believe it is. The downtown Santa Barbara has a number of tall buildings, and this is on Gutierrez Street, and I think that's an appropriate location for an additional tall building. But we have a number of tall buildings on State Street, from the Granada Theater down to the Balboa Building, and so this is compatible with existing buildings in El Pueblo Viejo. Yes, I'll make that finding.
Thank you. Thank you. That clarifies things. Appreciate
All right. Okay. So with that, now the motion and a second has been made, and the seconder is in agreement with those analysis as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then with the motion and a second under discussion, any discussion? All right. So with that, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin the roll call vote, I just wanted to clarify, were there any comments that you wanted to include in the motion, or just the 2 sets of findings?
But we hadn't gone into specifics more than we're looking forward to this. And I guess, Commissioner Mahan, well, you made the motion. Do you want to add comments to it about the project?
I find it to be a very, very successful project, and I think it's going to be an extremely beautiful building on Gutierrez Street.
Right. All right. So with that, those comments, and seconder, okay with those comments as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. So with that, any other further discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right, I will begin with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury. Oh, absent.
I think, yeah, you got that.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenovic,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous with 2 absences. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you. Oh, and this motion is appealable to City Council within 10 days. And as you see on the appeal process instructions and calendar days. So with that, I want to thank all the commissioners for the kickoff meeting. Sorry it ran so late. I promise we'll try to get it earlier in the following meetings, but I think there were some really important discussions. And so thank you for hanging on there. And yeah, and have a good rest of the day and see you in 2 weeks.
Good night.
Night.